All right, mic's on. All right. Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, and I call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading with the invocation is Pastor David Cook of Cold Springs Church. Come on up, Dave.
Good morning, Chair Turnbull. Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for the privilege of praying. I know that is a decision and choice that's made, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. So would you pray with me today? Dear Heavenly Father, what a great time of hospitality we live in. Thank you for a community and a county that welcomes so many to be blessed by the great riches that we're surrounded by in our daily life. Lord, I thank you for the generations from babies to grandparents that lined the streets of downtown Placerville this last Sunday to celebrate the Christmas and holiday season with the hometown parade. And thank you for the Highway 50 Christmas trees that light up the night and decorate the day as people drive through our county. Thank you for the celebrations being had and being planned from El Dorado Hills to South Lake Tahoe to Somerset to Cool. Help us to see the great blessings around us this season. Lord, I pray that you would help the leaders of our county in this room and in the offices throughout the county have the wisdom and the discernment, the knowledge, and the courage to lead us to preserve what is best about our community and to build an even stronger community of thriving businesses and prosperous families. Help our leaders to build a culture of hospitality towards each other, our neighbors, and our businesses. Thank you for watching over us and keeping us safe in the midst of all the activities happening during this time. And we give thanks for and we pray for our law enforcement community. Thank you for the diligence with which they work to proactively keep our community and its members safe from harm. And I pray that you would watch over them to keep them safe as they watch over us to keep us safe. When we pray for our military families and our veterans, it's going to be a tough time of year when there is a separation because of duty. Be their peace and protection and comfort in these uncertain times around the world. And Heavenly Father, help each of us to remember the hospitality we received in our life and return it tenfold to those around us today, being people of peace. And I pray especially for the lonely and the most vulnerable. May they be blessed, and may the joy and blessings that we seek for ourselves flow from the overflow of the joy and blessings we recognize within. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
And I hope that you have a blessed Christmas and a blessed holidays. And thanks so much for your leadership in our county.
Thank you. Same to you, Dave. Supervisor Rick Camp, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Bearcamp.
Yes, thank you very much. Indulge us here just a couple minutes this morning. We have our youth commission with us here today, led by none other than Kevin Potter. Kevin, welcome. Due to the way the agenda is formatted today, we're going to do something a little bit different. I'd like each one of you to just stand up, name and school that you're affiliated with. And then when we do consent and go to closed session, we have some tours and other things lined up for you. So if we could we start with the gentleman on the right side?
Yeah, they should come up to the podium.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just
Yeah.
come to the podium. That way I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That way we hear you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
My name is Matthew Haley and I go to Union Mine High School.
Oh, very good. All right. Thank you.
My name is Sudeep Mazumdar and I go to Oak Ridge High School.
All right. Very good. Welcome.
My name is Alma Jakumar and I go to Oak Ridge High School.
Welcome.
I'm Kieran Smith and I go to El Dorado High School.
Yeah, go right, George.
Yeah.
And she's on the Behavioral Health Commission.
Hello, my name is Eva Griscom and I go to South Tahoe High School.
Oh, South Tahoe, Brooke.
There you go, bro.
I'm Rose Struva and I go to Ponderosa High School.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm Isabel Leo Frazee and I go to Ponderosa High School.
Rosa, welcome.
Hi, my name is Ella Anderson and I go to Oak Ridge High School.
All right. Very good. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Avanti Ramamurthy and I go to Oak Ridge High School.
All right. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Caitlin Fuller and I go to Union Mine High School.
All right. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Anna Hines and I go to Golden Sierra High School.
Very good. Just got about everybody covered, huh?
Yeah,
Well, thank you guys for being here. I know you'll get some good information this morning. Kevin, I think everything's going well with the Youth Commission and. Good. All right, great. Well, we really appreciate. All right, appreciate your involvement in the things that you do. So we'll get on with business. Again, thanks for being here, and Kath will take care of it once we go to closed session.
yeah,
Thank you.
welcome, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, so welcome El Dorado County to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors. And thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. All right, what's the will of the board on the agenda?
No changes.
No changes?
changes.
No changes.
No changes? I have no changes. CAO?
No changes.
All right. Okay, so now let's move to consent.
I'm sorry, we need a motion.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, let's move the consent calendar. District 1.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to pull item 3 for just a quick explanation, discussion.
Okay.
No changes.
District 3.
Hang on one second. I think I had a comment. Want to make sure I get the right item. Yes, I just want to throw a caution out there on item 26. It's another increase on the cost of our bridge, Mosquito Bridge. My concern is becoming, if this drags on too long, will the federal government continue to pay these large increases? And I don't want the county to be on the hook for what this type of funding is, but just otherwise good with it.
Okay.
Sorry,
District 4.
Yeah, and maybe we should get DOT to give an update on that perhaps for the whole board and the public.
Probably January.
Might be a smart idea.
Okay.
CAO. It is the biggest project in the history of El Dorado County, so a lot of public interest. That'd be great.
We can take
Yeah.
care of that.
Yeah. And then I would like to pull item 32 just for a little bit of direction from the board, if you all agree.
Yeah, and I was gonna do the same thing, pull item 32. So just some direction and stuff and maybe we can work on some things that need to be addressed. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on the consent calendar. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, anybody in the boardroom like to speak on anything on consent? Come on up. There's Raphael.
Good morning, Board. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. We will definitively coordinate with the CAO to set up a time sometime early next year to give a presentation to the board to let you know where we're at with the projects. Mosquito Bridge, we're very proud of it. We're excited to see the progress. And we've got a lot of exciting news and a lot of great pictures that we can share with the board and the public. So we're looking forward to working with the CAO to get that on the calendar.
And
All right.
funding is a
Funding, yeah.
concern.
Oh,
too,
and
Minor
so-
details.
Most
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
Most definitely.
Wow.
Awesome.
All righty. Okay.
Thanks, Rafael.
All right, thanks, Raphael. Anybody else want to speak on anything on consent? Come on up.
Hey, my name's Kevin Allen. I'm the owner of 49er Septic Service Incorporated. I'm here about the shutdown for the treatment plant. I've never done anything like this for the first time I've ever spoke in front of anybody, so I'm pretty nervous and I'm not a big complainer,
That's
so
okay.
Don't worry about it.
I really don't know how to do this, but you know, I'm the supporter of my whole family. There's 6 people in my family, and this shutdown is probably going to cause my company to go under. I don't have the resources to transport, you know, the septic waste down to Sacramento County or Yuba County or wherever. So it's pretty important for me that, you know, we take consideration on the fact that I'm probably going to be looking for a job next week. I know there's nothing we can do immediately. I did hear some talk that maybe we might be able to possibly dump at EID or something like that. If that is at all possible, I would my family, my children would greatly appreciate that because like I said, I'm probably looking for a job here come Monday. I don't know. That's all I really have to say. I appreciate you guys. I know that it was this meeting was moved up. It was supposed to be done in February, something like that, and you guys got it on board for today, which is great. But if there's anything that we can do, if there's anything I can do to help, I've talked to all the haulers. I found out about this meeting last night and I started making phone calls. I was hoping that there'd be more people here to help support, but with such short notice, it's kind of hard. I mean, we've all got businesses to run. But yeah, I don't know. Thank you for letting me speak.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll make a comment here in a few minutes.
Yeah. Anybody else in the boardroom want to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Brian, you got a comment on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as soon as I heard about the item, our office reached out to EID and City of Placerville. They're both reviewing our statistics for this time of year and the gallonage and so forth, and the components of the effluent to make sure that nothing's incompatible. And hopefully we'll hear back from them in the next few days that they'll have some capacity for us at the city treatment plant, which is right down off of Coolwater Creek, and then EID's facility, either Deer Creek or El Dorado Hills. So we will reach out to you as soon as we know that, and hopefully we can bridge this hopefully short period of time. Thanks to staff to get this item on today versus next month, so we can speed up the process as well. But from me, and I think Supervisor Turnbull feels the same way, that not having backup plans for things like this is unacceptable and is very critical need to our local haulers, as well as facilitating the local businesses. So anyway, that's where we're at, and I'll let you know just as soon as I know.
And one of the things I want to talk about is we need to plan a little bit more ahead when these like this shouldn't happen anymore, especially when you should have parts sitting around or another digester or whatever that can be installed quickly. Because the problem is when you wait and it has to go out into bid, it just takes too long. I've been in a business for 50 years and I've always had parts or something when it comes to the compressor. I always had a different motor sitting around or anything like that. So if something breaks down, I have another backup plan to be able to fix this. And I think that's what we need to look into to make sure that we have a backup plan for the future.
Supervisor Turnbow, we did have some late raised hands for the consent calendar. I maybe had moved too quickly. Would you
Okay.
entertain allowing them to speak?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, I will.
And now taking public comment from Jimmy Wu. Jimmy, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
My apologies, I'm on the mute at the moment. But just want to make sure there's the correct form and time to raise a specific comment for the coastal home permit buffer zone. If not, I could chime in later, but if it's the correct time, please let me know.
Hey, Jimmy, we're having a really hard time understanding. You're not coming over the phone line very well. Is there anything you can do to stop the echoing and garbling? I don't know. Did you guys get any words out of it?
No,
I
not
didn't
at
get
all.
one.
I didn't either. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
I don't know yet. Say more.
Is this the correct time to raise comments about the posted home permit buffer zone?
Yeah, it's still,
Something about a
still
buffer
coming
zone.
across.
Yeah, what should we have them do, Kim? Call the clerk's office or get clarity or?
Mr. Wu, if maybe you could submit your comments in writing to the clerk's office, we can then forward them to the board.
We just can't understand.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
can't
can't
hear.
understand.
Apologies, yes, I will do that. If you can hear me, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Will. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll wait to speak on I believe that you're pulling item 12. But there's
32 and
three. Was it 3 then? Item 3 that you're
Yes.
pulling?
Yes.
Okay, so if you'll note on your consent, you have item 312, and then later on in closed session, you have item 49. So I'll just wait to speak on these. It's the same facility. So I'll wait on that. But I did want to talk about the gentleman who just came up to the podium and how important it is in our rural life to have septic tanks, especially if we're not in a urbanized area. Even in a semi-urbanized area, there's still a lot of septic tanks, and this is critically important. So Supervisor Veerkamp, I appreciate, and hopefully you'll follow up and make sure that that there is no problem that puts people out of work. The other part related to that gentleman who just spoke before me, I think he was talking about the buffer areas on these vacation rentals, or he was talking about, I think, the item you had few weeks ago where you talked about the West Slope and vacation home rentals. But anyway, I'll wait for later to speak on the other parts, so I defer the rest of my time. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board. Kim, you want to
Yes.
clarify that, please?
Approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 3 and 32 for discussion. Supervisor Veerkamp made a comment on item 26 as a caution for the increased cost of Mosquito Bridge.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So do we want to speak on these items, or we'll wait until we come back from closed session?
Mr.
Let's
Chair,
go to the board.
Your
Are they
CAO,
quick?
what?
we probably have a little bit of time to hear those 2 pulled items before closed session. I think our outside
Okay.
consultant is be here at 9:30.
Okay, sounds good then. All right. Kim?
Item number 3 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board appoint and authorize the Chief Administrative Officer or Assistant Chief Administrative Officer as the real estate negotiators on behalf of the county to enter into negotiations with the El Dorado Hills Community Service District or their designated representatives.
Right. Greg?
No, I just want to, if we can get the CAO's office to give a brief explanation on this process. When we closed the senior daycare center last May, I was under the impression that we had no intentions on selling this property, which is a designated senior center for in El Dorado Hills, serves people on the far west slope. I'm not opposed to selling it if it's the right intention and it remains a senior center, but I've been telling people for the last 6 months or so that we're not selling it. So
Good
floor is
morning.
yours, Laura.
Okay, Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office. We received a request from the CSD. So, that's the process is when we have a request from an organization, we do come back to the board to negotiate potentially if the board wishes to go that route. I don't believe there's any intention at all of not doing senior services there. The CSD has not indicated anything along those lines. They right now are in more of the building than we are. So,
Absolutely.
there is just potentially an opportunity
It
there.
might be a good opportunity. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm not opposed to it, as long as it stays status quo or improved. So, but yeah, like I said, I've been telling people for months that we're not selling it. So,
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I think we're all right. Everybody okay? All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment, Kim.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 3. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you, board. As you know, Greg, I'm a historian. I've been in El Dorado County. I'm a newcomer. I've been here 45 years, almost 46. But I wanted to reflect, Brian, on Ramona Moni Gilmore and the importance that she had to the creation of the senior center. And also, I asked specifically about the Ramona Moni Gilmore Trust that I believe is an important ingredient in any discussion about the selling of this particular building. And I noted, I think, a Mountain Democrat article going back to 2009 that reflected on her civil or civic duty, and she was very, very important to the El Dorado Hills area. So also noted in the article, there was a quote by I believe the fire chief of El Dorado Hills, Brian Veerkamp. So anyway, those are just a couple of comments I wanted to say and to establish her role in this senior center as a facility. I've been there probably a half a dozen times, and when the church across the street was built, that was kind of a salvation for parking. The building gets a lot of use of events and activities, and I thought it was a tremendous loss that the budget couldn't carry the cost of this facility. Thank you for the time, and hopefully you can reflect on Moni. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from 525.
This is Lyle Benning, Cochon, Pollock Pines. I would urge the board, thank you for pulling this item, do not vote on it today, to give direction to your staff to come back with a better set of history. As far as I can see, there's no history on the webpage. Also, in my understanding of the Brown Act, you just say I'm entering into negotiations and verbally state perhaps selling, at least in the context of Win Schools, which is my world, that got litigated, and you have to let the public know sufficient details to comment. And we're going to negotiate, just there's not enough details. And I just think, it's very, very sad that a few of the discretionary programs that define El Dorado County, the ones that are just general funded, are not government or state. Ergo, your senior center's daycare is something you are now contracting back and back and back. The writing was very, very clear in the original proposal that this building would be sold in order to augment the general fund. I'm glad you bought us time, but I really think you owe the public a clear, transparent conversation about all the ramifications, not just, hey, negotiators come back later. Because then, to borrow a rural expression, the horse is out of the barn. Thank you so much for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board for any further discussion or comments.
I'll move to approve item 3 to enter negotiation with the CSD.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we're going to move to item 32. I guess the CEO is going to leave.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm gonna step out of the room for this item. I did not review it. Laura Schwartz, Assistant CAO did, and I just want to disclose my husband did a little bit of work on this project, so I'm not going to participate.
Okay. All right.
I'll go ahead and read the item into the record. Item 32 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, submitting for approval final map for Unit 1 of East Ridge Village subdivision, creating a total of 147 residential lots and 13 lettered lots on property identified by assessor parcels numbers 119-390-040 and 119-390-041 and 119-390-042 and 119-390-063 and 119-390-064 and 119-390-065. Recommending the board take the following actions. 1, approve the final map, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign the agreement to make the subdivision improvements.
All right. So anyway, I'll start with you, Lori. You
Yeah.
can make some comments on
Yeah.
this. I've got some
So,
myself, but
just to
anyway,
be
go ahead.
clear, I did not pull this about the project itself. It's just that over the last year, this 2025 especially, there's been a lot of public interest, I think board interest in these housing developments that take decades to develop. And we seem to lose track of the amenities, the agreements, the things that were promised. And then when a map is pulled, then we all kind of go, oh gosh, was that completed or not? And I know I have a few times since I've been on the board asked for clarity on a few amenities that were promised and really never got an answer. So I appreciated that at my monthly one-on-one meeting on Friday with our planning and building director, it was a coincidence that she said she was planning on building something into their website and potentially have a web page for each project and put all the, I'm using the word promise, that's probably not the correct word, but the things that were agreed upon in the project and have them out there for the public so that, if it takes 10 years for this to happen, it's right there and we can all track it. Board members come and go. We won't be guessing what was promised and whether or not it was delivered. So I really appreciated the thought on that. It's accountability that I think we've been lacking over the years and will provide transparency and clarity for board members, staff, and the public. So with that, I wanted to, excuse me, with this item, just add a little bit of direction, board direction, because it's not in here, to include this in that new tracking system, potentially maybe starting up in January or something. So I didn't know if Director Garner wanted to add to that really quick, and am I over promising January, and see if the board, if the board likes this idea, we could add a little bit of direction. I think this is a really good idea for everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Yeah, we definitely have heard from the board, this and from the public about this need for transparency. And as we are embarking on these large projects, I don't want the future planning and building director to be cursing my name when they don't know why we made the decisions we made or things. So we do want to track these things. And to clarify, it is for just sort of the largest projects. We don't have the staffing to do this for every single project, but for things that have a development agreement and, general plan, specific plan amendment, those size projects, we want to be able to report out. So for example, on East Ridge and their development agreement, we collect a community benefit fee. Annually, we do report, we do get updates on that, but we'll start putting that on the website and saying, hey, here's how much we collected per unit. Here's how much we've collected to date. And here's how many units are still left to collect that fee, so that people have a sense of where we're at in the process and how long it's going to take.
Yeah, and if the park was promised, those kind of things
Right,
that we
right.
seem to be tripping on over and over the last several years. So I really think this is a great idea for everyone, and I just wanted to pull it so we could actually put direction here for this. one.
Yeah, and this is my concern too, is transparency, because we've had things happen in the past when these development agreements haven't been honored. And then we have the board changes all the time and they don't know what's going on and what happened in the past. So I think more clarity, especially when it's out there in the development agreement, it's promised that you're supposed to do this, and this. And that way people would know. So that's my biggest concern. So anyway, I appreciate that.
So you would list like what fees are supposed to be collected and when, and then what the obligation is where those fees are supposed to be spent, right?
If that's one of the terms
Yeah, I think that
in
would be
the
nice to
development
know. Yeah.
agreement.
Yeah, for everything, yeah.
Yeah,
It would.
or, sometimes there'll be things like, as Supervisor Parlin mentioned, a park, maybe it's triggered by the, 500th permit that's pulled. We would track that. So, year one, okay, we're only at 75 units. Year two, we're here. And then when it gets to 500, whatever year that is, we know that's the year that park will come online.
Okay.
And the biggest problem is because it happened in the past where they were obligated to do so much, permits were pulled, and they only pulled 399, and then that agreement, so it never happened.
Yeah.
And I don't want this to happen again. So there's got to be some kind of transparency and make sure these development agreements are honored.
Yeah.
So-
And so Karen, with appropriate direction, maybe I don't want to put a time thing in there because I know you guys are working on it already. So just to include this in that tracking system, or is that good enough direction to make sure this one gets in there?
That is, yes.
Okay. Is everybody good with
Would
that?
TIF obligations be included in that also? Raphael's in here, but. Or-
Not necessarily. So there would be a condition of approval on a project that requires payment of that. If we track all those conditions, that's where that would show up. I'll report out to the board on this. East Ridge is actually a pretty easy one because it's a pretty simple development agreement, but it does have some complication because some of that stuff was done way in the past, like the conditions of approval. But it's a good one to start off with.
Okay.
And, I can share the results with the board, and then that'll help us to sort of tweak and define how we want to do it for some of the forthcoming projects, if and those get approved.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you, Karen. I appreciate
May,
it.
may I ask the planning and building director, for the new system, does it have a name so I can include that in the direction? Is there a name of that system?
We'll call it development agreement tracking
thank you.
system for now.
Perfect, scientific.
If I could just add something
Okay.
else for the board's benefit, in case you weren't already aware, the county's ordinance code does already provide a requirement that development agreements be reviewed no less than every 12 months from their effective date. And that includes a review to ensure that terms have been met. And if in the event it's determined by the planning director that there has not been compliance with the terms of a development agreement, then there's an opportunity for a report to the board for consideration of potential, termination of the agreement. So I just wanted the board to be aware that there is a mechanism that's built into the ordinance code requiring periodic review.
Tracking.
Oh, good. So then this will just,
Add to it.
this will just make it public. So everybody knows.
Exactly.
Make it
Perfect.
more public, so the public understands what's going on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Welcome.
All right, so any other comments? All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comments specifically on item 32. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you, board. This goes back to the middle teens, 2015, I believe, somewhere around that time period, when the original map, the tentative subdivision map was considered, and it had an expiration date of 2018, which the developer at that time wasn't able to move forward with the with the development. Subsequently, in the official date on the board approval for this project after the extensions was on July 25th, 2023. So just a few years ago, and some of you might have been on that board at the time. There was a lot of discussion by the public about the safety of having that development be on what we call the east ridge of a ridge line that goes along north-south. And then on the west side, we had another project, Blackstone, which had been developed. So this was a big project at the time, but had been broken down into phases. What I wanted to relate to was how critically important it is, because you told the public at the time that you would make sure that one, public safety was taken care of, and I'm talking about wildfire coming out of that canyon to the east, and also the circulation of the traffic. And I had noted at the time in my public comment that I was concerned because there seemed not to be any circulation to the south end of this project going over Latrobe Road, though historically that had been discussed. So yes, I am in favor of this action and any system that will make sure that these conditions, because this one was highly conditioned, and you had told the public with your approval action that it was going to be watched and taken care of. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Thank you for pulling this for discussion. I definitely appreciate the kind of update that we are still looking forward to, and a development agreement tracking tool and solution. The one thing on East Ridge, I think it would be helpful to make sure that staff is providing a full picture of everything. This specifically says East Ridge subdivision, unit 1. So how many units are there going to be? Because there's building going on already that I believe is starting part of East Ridge, from what I recall. So that's another factor I think that's important for people to understand. And I'm pretty positive that actually this goes back further than just the East Ridge Village we're talking about, because I think it uses the EIR from the Valley View specific plan from the 90s. So to Chris's point about traffic and circulation, I think the visibility to that information is really helpful to make sure it's more well published and available for everybody to see, so we can kind of track general status. So definitely appreciate you pulling it from the consent calendar. Maybe these shouldn't be part of just consent, but in the future, so that we can get larger scale updates. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any other discussions.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead
Oh,
and
good.
Kim, can you address that? Because I'm so I can make a motion, so.
Yeah, approve the item as presented by staff with direction to staff to include this project in the development agreement tracking system.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. All right, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 47 through 50 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. Kim, please open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically on closed session items. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on these 4 items? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
As I said earlier, please, as you're going into closed session on item 49, Brian, would you keep track of this related to the Moni Gilmore Trust? I just want to make sure that whatever actions are being taken, that trust is a consideration. If it's important in this action, then it should be discussed in closed session. Thank you very much for the time.
All right, anybody else?
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we're going to go ahead and recess to closed session. All right. We're back from closed session. County Council, any report out?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The board heard item number 48 and there is no action to report out.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and move to item 45, HR Charter 504 increases. Kim?
Item number 45 comes from Human Resources Department, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution effective pay period January 1st, 2026, new salaries for the classifications affected by El Dorado County Charter 504.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, Board. Joey Carrasco, Director of Human Resources. Yes, I'm here for our annual presentation and report to the board on Charter 504. As you know, we do a study in November, December of every year. And we take the Deputy Sheriff 2 classification here in our county and compare that to the Deputy Sheriff for Amador County, Police Officer classification in City of South Lake Tahoe, and a CHP Patrol Officer Range A for the state of California. We take the average hourly rate for those classifications compared to ours to determine where we are with regard to those three other agencies. And this year, the result of that was that our Deputy Sheriff 2 classification is 3.12% below those three other agencies that I mentioned. So our recommendation is to provide that increase to not just the Sheriff's Department Deputy Sheriff's classification, but to the other classifications that through previous board resolutions are tied to this. So with that, I'm sure there's going to be some discussion on it today. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll stand by, or if you have any questions on how we did this study, I'm happy to answer that for you too.
All right. So reach to my colleagues. Any questions or comments at this time?
Not this time, not for me.
Okay. Anybody?
Thanks.
No. All right, Kim, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 45. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up, Shannon.
Hi, Shannon Starr, Operating Engineers, Local 3. I know you're not surprised that I'm here. As I've said before, that we have no issue with the deputies being brought to a median. We think all employees should be at a median. But this county chooses not to do that any longer. You brought us to a median and then you stopped, and now you've gone backwards. You've now tied 7 officials who are either elected or not peace officers to this 504 charter that was voted on by the citizens of this county. When it was voted on, it was intended for peace officers only. It did not include elected officials. It did not include the sheriff, and it did not include non-peace officers. And this board or past boards have chosen to add high-paid officials to those increases. You're going to give, this will be 14.89% over 3 years that is going to these high-paid officials without any negotiation, without any comparison of their wages based on a deputy's median. So if a deputy was below, they're getting a raise. That's not acceptable. 14.89%. There are 3 of those 7 positions that have received will have received as of January 1st, more than $19 an hour, the highest $19.40 an hour in 3 years. That is more than some of my members make. I've got members who are at minimum wage, who this board had to pass in their earlier today to make sure that they brought up to legal minimum wage January 1st. $16.50 an hour. And yet the raise over 3 years for these high-paid officials was more than $19 an hour. It's not acceptable. 14.89% over 3 years. OE3 asked for our members set a 9% over those same 3 years, and this board refused. 9% for our members is not okay, but 14.89 for people who make over $100 an hour apparently is okay. It's not acceptable. And we're asking the board to stop these automatic raises, to start focusing your money on the rank and file employees who deserve also to have competitive wages, livable wages. Over $100 an hour is definitely a livable wage, but $16.50 an hour in today's day and age is not a livable wage. We're asking that you pay these employees a livable wage and stop the automatic increases for these high-paid officials.
Can you please hold the applause, please? I'd appreciate that very much. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Board. Gina Posey, candidate for Supervisor in District 4. I want to wish each of you a Merry Christmas, and for those employees whose wages are addressed in today's resolution, it truly will be a Merry Christmas. They will know their board acted to keep their compensation competitive. But what about everyone else? When the county says it has saved more than $2 million by not finalizing labor negotiations, it does not feel like savings. To me, it feels like an ill-gotten gain, labor taken at the employee's expense, and that should never be a goal of this county. In the 2022 Civil Grand Jury Report 21-05, titled County Staffing Challenges, the county agreed it had 1, historically set pay levels below the median of comparable counties, and 2, many employees view El Dorado County as a place to gain experience before leaving for higher wages elsewhere. These are not the ingredients of a stable or healthy workforce. We can do better. We must do better. Let us commit to valuing the work of all county employees, not just those included in today's resolution. Let us make competitive wages a countywide priority, not a selective benefit. My request today for the board's consideration is to direct staff to return with a fair wages resolution that would, 1, require an annual salary comparison study released publicly each spring, and 2, establish a goal of bringing all county wages to within 5% of the median. I have spoken with many employees, and there is real frustration and resentment. They see automatic raises for one group while negotiations for others continue to stall as unequal priorities, and they see it as unfair. I respectfully ask the board to consider this proposal. It would demonstrate the board's commitment to treating every employee with respect and establish a clear, consistent standard that every employee's work is valued. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm doing it anyway.
Good morning, Carl Carr, Operating Engineers Local 3. Again, we support the deputies receiving the raise they deserve. They're needed in this county and they are there, and there's a reason why we have that Charter 504 that was voted on by the residents. The residents never voted on adding the electeds and the executives to it. And as you heard from Shannon, that raise is untenable. You guys have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of this county to do right by the citizens of the county, not just those electeds and the executives that are getting this raise. You guys should be ashamed of opening up the pocketbooks for some and then closing them, and not only closing them, but laying off workers while you're giving 14 point something increase to others at a time when you say the county is broke, but yet you can give a raise of over $19 an hour in that time period. We have almost 200 members in our unit who haven't received a raise since July 1st of 2023. July 1st of 2023, they have not received a raise. During that time period, those that are getting this automatic raise have received more than 14%. It's a shame to sit up here and talk to you about that, because you know what? You guys are a county that is here to train workers to go somewhere else. And you know how much that costs on a yearly basis, how much that is costing your guys' bottom line? It is so much cheaper to keep those that you train, to keep those that you have here hired, instead of having to go through that process over and over and over. Now, you guys are a revolving door that's supplying a wonderful workforce to your neighbors. And if you want to keep doing that, keep doing what you're doing. If you don't want to do that, actually come to the table and negotiate and show some respect to the workers who provide the direct services to your citizens. Those workers you're giving this automatic raise to, not the deputies, but those that are making over $100 an hour, they don't provide the direct services to your members. to your residents, to your constituents, to those that voted to put you in those seats to protect what it is that they want. The parks, the Rubicon, the stuff that happens on a daily basis that allows for your citizens to have a good life. You know who provides that? Our members and AFSCME's members. And you know who else provides services? The IHSS members. Treat your workers fairly. Get your bargaining team to the table. Negotiate a fair contract. We're not asking for 14%.
Can you guys please hold it down? You know, we understand where you're coming from, you know, so just please hold it down.
Well, Chair, it's actually in our board
Protocol,
protocols.
yes, it is.
So,
Prove it. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ruth Michelson, District 4. I'm going to just talk about it a little bit differently. I'm going to talk about your budget, which we all know you've been in budget crisis, right? We had a lot of cuts last year. We had a lot of cuts to programs that you had agreed to in perpetuity support, such as the wagon train, $15,000. I mean, you're really getting down to the nitty gritty and cutting things, cutting your nonprofits, you know, and then you have things like lawsuits. And I'm getting to the point here. You have lawsuits. Let's say you don't have a lot of control over that. You know, certain reports that were supposed to be written weren't written. The courts decide a certain thing. Maybe you think it's a bum rap, but here you are, $14 million. You got to figure out how to give back to people. So you got that adding to your budget woes. Now, this is something that's under your control. And I want to I'm going to go ahead and take a few minutes just to read, because I read your staff reports. The approximate annual cost of this increase is $1.6 million. And more importantly, it's not budgeted. It's not in your budget. When we come time to have budget talks, you're going to be having to cut programs to fill this $1.6 million. How can you, as a responsible board, approve something like this when you don't even have the monies covered in your budget? And just a second, sorry, I'm not the best with technology. I want to take a minute to specify, okay, half this 1.6 million, or almost 700,000. Okay, that goes to the sheriff's office. The DA, 74,000. Public defender, public defender, 6,000. Alternate public defender, 5,000. County council, 6,000. CAO, 6,000. Probation department, another 6. And I'm rounding down. It's actually higher than that. Now, for people who make, I don't know, $300,000, you need to pay them more? Really? And you got all these people in the room here having a hard time making ends meet. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And it's irresponsible. And it's a bad look. I mean, come on, really? I'm going to forego my final 27 seconds. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Jen Romaldi, President, EDCEA, AFSCME Local 1. So I tell my kids all the time, your actions speak louder than words. If they keep saying sorry, but nothing changes, I know they're just saying what they think I want to hear. And over time, that erodes my trust in them. Until there's a pattern of changed behavior, it's hard to believe what you're being told. That same dynamic shows up with this board, and to be fair, with previous boards as well. This isn't a new problem, but it is your responsibility now to fix and to make it right for your employees. Employee morale is at an all-time low. People are jumping ship at the first chance they get. When the county posts job openings on social media, the comments are full of warnings about how bad it is to work here. And yet here we are with an item that will give automatic raises to some of the highest paid positions in the county, instead of addressing the lowest paid workers who are struggling the most. I'm asking you to explain that choice to your employees who are here today. As we move into the new year and back into negotiations, are we going to hear the same lines we've heard for this last 15 plus years? We have no money. We don't know what next year's budget's going to look like, even as executive compensation is shielded from that uncertainty. Will your negotiating team continue the pattern of delay we have seen at the table, or will you finally match your words about valuing employees with timely good faith action? Your employees deserve better, your constituents deserve better, and this community deserves better. Your decision on this item will speak louder than anything you say into the microphone today.
Morning, guys. Rob Fisher, Facilities. I just want a different aspect of it. I want you guys to remember where you guys all came from, correct? Like George, where you came from, Brian, like you guys do something different instead of just being a name in the county, like beer camp, like make yourself like be better, do something better on the board. George, this union, this is the same union that me and Jim fought with on the picket line. Me and Jim fought on this picket line to get him and I better wages. Me and him stood side by side with this same union. You like, weren't you there at Waste Management when we were picketing? Me and your brother stood side by side with this union to get him and myself better wages when we worked for Waste Management. It's the same thing. We're just asking for fair wages across this whole entire county, not from high up, but from the ground up. That's it. That's all we're asking for. Thank you, guys.
Leo Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. I stand before you as a retired union member. This is just not acceptable. I listened to you earlier, you speak about transparency. So to me, to be transparent, you should address the fact that you are considering raises combined. You have a sheriff department, and then you have everybody in your resolution who have an internal relationship based upon an ordinance. So from my perspective, those are two votes. Those are very, very different salary schedules. And then I hear the language from Supervisor Vierkamp, which is responsible language to keep a fair schedule. But if you do the math and you give people the 3.12% increase, and that becomes your benchmark, hopefully, that you'll give it to your other classes, your highest class, you will be giving approximately a $9,676 a year raise. The folks that take care of the senior citizens, the assessor assistants, you'll be giving them a $1,818 raise. And the folks that keep this place looking great, your custodians, you'll be giving them approximately a $1,441 raise. And if you continue your past practice of just using percentages, the gap that was fair once gradually becomes unfair. So on top of the unfairness of voting for two classes in one resolution, voting while you still have a contract outstanding, you're just voting to take our taxpayer money and give it more to the top, not the bottom. So I urge you, if you're going to pass this today, give direction to staff, as you've heard from other speakers. Get your information, resolve the issue. How can any of us take this serious when folks were here during last year's budget and saying, Supervisor Turnbow, we don't want to lay people off. You did. And now you're giving money that is scarce. And you can't find $15K for the wagon train to come through here. This is wrong. Please fix it.
Good morning. My name is Dave Harrison. I'm with the Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm here to address you today about the item 45. I'll say first, hats off to you for your wage survey that you relied upon for the folks that are appropriately addressed through Charter 504. The fact that you're applying this same increase to your highest paid officials, I think is a smack in the face to the people that run and operate and keep this county running. a lot of which are here today. You are the elected leaders of this county. And I think it's showing poor leadership to these folks that are keeping the county running. The fact that they haven't had a raise since July of 2023, the fact that the only members in this unit that are getting a raise is to keep them up to minimum wage. That is tragic. To do a wage survey for these folks and to give them an appropriate raise, we asked for 3% a year, and that was it. And we were told no. We were really close to getting a deal and trying to get something, whether it be a signing bonus or something, and we couldn't get anything off the dime. I'm curious how much you've paid the lead negotiator in these negotiations that could have offset the wage increase that we're talking about your employees, the employees that you're elected to lead. If you can't lead them, then we're going to be forced, no other thing we can do, but to find somebody else that can lead them appropriately. And it's fortunate that we're coming up to an election year. And we've heard from one candidate already. If you can't lead them, we're definitely going to find somebody that can. So thank you. I hope you make the right choice.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. Hey, Kurt.
Good afternoon, Kirk Smith. I don't favor the support for the increase in manager positions. You know, it's interesting, the great capitalist Henry Ford paid his workers, line workers, much more than managers. And he had the smart idea to realize not only did he want them to be able to afford the cars that we're building, but he knew he'd get better quality work. It seems like you've gone through some major cutbacks this last year, making some major painful cuts. So it doesn't seem like the right idea to be doing this. It's interesting that Ron Briggs used to say that El Dorado County has its biggest employer as government, which still shocks me. I can't believe it. Because I know when I was growing up in this town, we thought that if you kept your nose to the grindstone, worked hard, maybe you'd someday be able to own your own business, your own shop, your own farm or ranch. Now you're in government, why you can get all kinds of benefits and retirement and job security benefits that you can't get largely in the private sector. So I think it's good to be able to do some fiscal responsibility and have workers on the front line getting paid more than your managers. And when you're doing this comparison of job employment records, what their earnings, you need to look at the quality of life. If you're an employee, what would you rather be doing? Working in El Dorado County or Stockton, Oakland, Los Angeles? So you can't really compare them exactly. I ask police officers in Placerville who get paid much less than the sheriff's department, why do you come here? Because we get some great talent. And the answer is that quality of life. That's something that's not measured in all of your charts. And that's why I think that, again, we elect Republicans because we think they're going to get really fiscally responsible and put a grip on spending, and yet we come up with big budgets. I just don't get it. So I think that the responsible thing would be to pay your employees and make sure that those on the front lines deliver the services that we depend on. And that's what I respectfully suggest for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Anybody else want to speak? I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, please. Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Board of Supervisors, it seems like we've discussed this before. This item, Charter Section 504, has been at least a half a dozen times discussed in some form, and that's just this year. If you go back to December's in the past, last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars that a board of supervisors, not particularly you as individuals, but a board of supervisors, as you're acting today, has approved multi-millions of dollars that could have been better spent doing services for your constituents. It is, in my mind, Charter 504 has gone berserk. And it continues to be an establishment of one, insanity, two, unfairness, three, unbelievable lack of insight to what you're doing. But you can't just have an automated system that on December of the year prior to January 1st just automatically kicks this out with you blessing it, with no discussion about the problems that it entailed in what happens. Just like I had said earlier, I asked some questions. I got no response. Your board is silent. You can't be a silent board. You must be a board that is representative of your public. I'm sorry to say, this is atrocious. And I have a long-standing history, as I've talked to you before, about what your board has done. This is horrible. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or discussions this time?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just so you know that, I know you want to have a discussion with us on the dais, and we legally can't do that. We will get a charge because of negotiations and labor representation. So I know that's frustrating. It's frustrating for us, truthfully. I know it's frustrating for you, and we have to send negotiators. So we can't do this. It's sad. I would love to have a sit down. And then the only other thing I was going to offer is, I thought last year, in November, when the, one of the negotiation bargaining units, was given their raises, and the board, we thought we were doing a goodwill gesture to show how much we do care and that we're concerned. We actually did not take our raise. And so I thought at the time, I thought that was going to show, you know, how much we really do care about the employees, and that we are trying to address your concerns. And again, I can't say more than that because we can't. There's negotiations and unions and laws. So I don't know if anybody else has anything to add to that. There's honestly, I believe, not a lot we can say because of the laws and regulations regarding negotiations. It makes it very difficult to have conversations.
Yeah, Brian?
I had a couple questions for Joey, if Joey would come back up, and maybe one for acting CAO as well, interim CAO. So Joey, with the agenda item, you posted the latest survey of 504 and it showed a 3.12%.
Correct.
If the other jurisdictions that we tend to look at, and I know years ago it was 8, now it's down to 5. But if you know, where would the deputies stand if they were compared to those other jurisdictions, higher or lower than that 3.12?
I don't have that in front of me, so I can't answer.
My gut is based on those jurisdictions, that'd probably be below.
I agree with that.
Having been in El Dorado County all my life, I know the history of 504 and the reason why 504 got enacted, or at least how it was sold, was obviously the county wasn't keeping up with some sort of comparative salary and so forth. And thus, the deputies went out and done it. Now I call 504, it's on steroids, but it's because the competitive wages of the surrounding jurisdictions continue to be on steroids also. We make a move, they make a move. You know how it works.
Right.
Are any of these increases, and maybe I'm putting you too far on the spot, unjustified by what you know as much as surveyed data to the best of your ability. Are they unjustified or over anything that we feel that maybe these other jurisdictions now have already moved again?
Let me say it like this. As a whole, on average, I think it's fair to say, and I don't think I'll get much pushback from folks here, we're below the median. We're below the median across the board. So to answer your question, I don't think they're unjustified. In fact, I'll offer, if you would like, if the board would like, we can look into getting more data for you. We can look at your question about the deputy sheriffs and how they compare to our 5 comparators. Happy to do that and bring it back to the board for further discussion at a later date.
And as we ask questions here, isn't it correct that we did sort of this review in 2013 through 2020? And we made a budget philosophy to try to get a certain percentage below the median, because we were way behind then. We did 3 years of 5, 5, and 5. It's amazing to me that the short memories of folks that sit here and look me in the eye and tell me I don't know what I'm doing. I think we all know what we're doing. We're trying to make the best of a sandwich, and I left the first word out of that.
Right.
That we can improve on, and that's what we want to do. And I'll have a motion in a minute that I hopefully sends us in a direction to improve on that. But we have offered in the last couple of years, I wasn't here, but in the last year I've been here, a reasonable amount of money. It's not exactly what maybe all of us had wanted, especially the people in the room. And it's been declined, has it not? By the current union that's in the room.
Correct.
So we've made attempts, and yes, we have spent money to do that.
Absolutely. And there's been strides made going back to, 2018 or even before, to bring all classifications up to the median. And in fact, in the 2022, 2023 timeframe, we brought everyone up to the median. So the board made huge strides incrementally. There was a time when we were probably 10%, then we moved to 8 and 2 and so on. But board, not everyone here, but previous boards have made that conscious decision to bring folks to the median. Now, yes, we've slipped behind over the last couple of years because other agencies have given pay increases. It's just
And our
easy
other
to
bargaining
explain.
units, we've had those same discussions with, and they all settled in attempts to try to get everything moving forward.
Correct.
In that manner. It was said that this money available today is not budgeted. Now I ask our interim CAO, is it budgeted? Is that typically how you build a budget, is based on what you expect you're going to need to pay in December or January or July? There's a factor usually built in, is there not?
With our history of the increases, they mainly hit, the overwhelming majority hits in the sheriff's office. So we do have that discussion with them when we are crafting their budget about what we might think that 504 increase might be. And generally, when we're looking at their vacancy factor, which they do have every year, we are feeling pretty comfortable that we have funds built in that they'll be able to use that savings for to cover that 504 increase. But we always have the caveat that if for some reason they cannot cover that, we will come back to the board and make them whole, but we haven't had that issue in recent years that I've experienced.
Right, but in also looking at I'm going to call it affected. That's the term here that is used in the item, affected other jurisdictions or other positions that are affected by 504, which in 2017, we affected 6 or 7 positions. Last year, it looks like there was a couple more, 3 added to that. And I get, we've got other positions that need to be addressed, and I'll get to that here in a minute, but any of these positions, are they being over market paid to any substantial amount? Because we're trying to look at a competitive market. We're trying to obviously attract, retain, and if we're way out of line, which is some people want to assert, would you feel comfortable sitting here and and having this item before us today.
I wouldn't feel comfortable if I believed that were the case, and I don't believe that's the case.
And all the data I've seen, I totally agree with you, Sue. I totally do. Does it make me feel any better? Not much, because I want us all to be there. And again, we all have worked through the years hard to get us there. 2022, we were there, and that was based on a philosophy that we were stuck to, and we've got to get back to that. And I think it's very important. It's either that or you find a different way to do business. And I don't think we want to go there. I don't think. So with that, I'm ready for a motion. I don't know if anybody else wants to just make some comments, or you want to hear the motion? Comments?
Can we make the motion in a second and then have discussion? I think that
Sure.
would be, that way we'll focus our
All right.
discussion on that motion.
Okay, so when we look at salary and benefit resolution 037-2025, which was something we updated this year of 25, there's maybe a few holes in there that we need to straighten out. So I would move this item forward. And then we bring back section 602 by March of 2026 to review salary and benefits for unrepresented employees, including all other classifications as they're affected by Charter 504.
I'll second that if you mean by the end of March 2026, just so they have the. full-
I'd like
is
it
that
March
okay?
1st, but they're
I know.
gonna need a little bit
Yeah.
more time than that.
Yeah. And maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. We'll get it early. So I'll second that.
All right, so we got a motion and a second. So now let's go to further discussion.
Yeah, I would just, like to make a couple comments here. When I started in 2023, the board had appointed a charter review committee that I think according to our charter, we do this every 5 years. We review the charter. And I sat in on a lot of the conversations with the charter review just to try to get a sense of what was going on. And that charter review committee, they were very reluctant. They understood that there were issues, but they were very reluctant to take a position. And therefore, the review, not a whole lot came to the board for action at that point. I was on the board when the issue of county council being indirectly tied to 504 through a philosophy of how much above somebody else they should be paid. I wasn't supportive of that. So I hear what you're saying and how it looks, and I don't disagree. I really do think we need to do something. And so I would support the motion to bring back 602, resolution 6.02, that deals with this and really have a thorough discussion on it, and not, I would love to have some kind of knee-jerk reaction, but that's not what's best for the county. So I think bringing it back and really taking a deep dive on it is necessary.
Great. Yeah, I think what I'm hearing, we're going down the right path. I'd never heard of Charter 504 before I started running for supervisor. I like the structure of it for our law enforcement. And I retired from the highway patrol. Our pay was based on something similar to 504 with comparable agencies in the state. The raises that, we've given over the last few years, with the ties to the highway patrol. Highway Patrol has been receiving unprecedented raises the last few years, which has never been the case prior. I mean, there were times in the late 90s where we were furloughed, we took pay cuts because the state budget was in deficits. But that's not the case now, and I think it's going to revert back to I think the CHB is probably not going to continue receiving the amount of the amount that they're receiving in the raises. Since I started in January, I've heard had a lot of discussions about 504, mostly from outside entities that disagree with the way we do business. And I've had some conversations with some of the department heads and represented employees who are actually tied to the 504. And, but I do think that we need to relook at another way to determine the pay structure for the people that are not represented, the department heads, and not to say they're necessarily gonna make less money, because
They may make more.
but that we should do it more of on a comparable basis with our counties. Yeah. And so I hear what you're saying, and tend to agree with most of it, but I think with your motion, I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, I agree. We understand, I've dealt with the public sector. That's where I came from. And I'll be honest with you, I made more money in the public sector than I do here. So, and I get the concerns, especially when it comes to, negotiations and stuff. I'm trying to get it there. But we were very, very generous in 22 when we got everybody to the medium. Now we've fallen behind. And we can't let this happen ever again. We just got to make sure that we keep up with it to make sure that this doesn't happen. Only that's all I have to say right now. So.
Okay. There's a motion and a
A
second.
second.
Kim, you
Yeah,
want
you
to
can
go?
go
Yeah,
ahead.
you can.
I hope I've captured this. Direct staff to return to the board in March of 2026 for a discussion to review section 6.602 for unrepresented employees and all classifications affected by El Dorado County Charter Section 504.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
Hold on, I'm
Just to
looking at
clarify,
county
that also
council.
included approval of the item.
Yeah.
Yeah, and approve the item, yeah.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's take a 5 minute. Yeah. We're
So then what are we gonna do?
gonna take a 5 minute break. I will move to 41. Just so everybody can clear out.
Or you get the 44 out of the way too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, which one's gonna go faster?
44
Well,
probably, right?
Sue wants to do item 41, yeah. Chief probation officer, yeah.
Will that go pretty quick?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
41, yeah.
41.
I think, yeah, they didn't.
Messed
do
up.
it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I just couldn't do it.
Stuff.
Sit here and listen to that.
Just being caught on the spot. Yeah, 5 minute break. All right. So we're going to go ahead and move on to item 41, CAO Chief Probation Officer, conceptual approval.
Item 41 comes from the Chief Administrative Office in coordination with the Chief Probation Officer Memorandum of Understanding Ad Hoc Committee, recommending the board provide conceptual approval to amend Title II of the Ordinance Code entitled Administration and Personnel to specify that the Chief Probation Officer shall be appointed by the Board of Supervisors.
Morning, Board. Allison Winter with Chief Administrative Office. So this item is just being brought to you to get conceptual approval to amend the ordinance for administration and personnel, allowing us to add in the Chief Probation Officer as a Board of Supervisors appointed position. Currently, the courts and the county work together, but there's a different structure. And with the retirement of the Chief Probation Officer, we found this was probably a good time to address that with the courts, and they agreed. We've worked with them back and forth on the job spec, the MOU that we're working on, and this is just a piece in that puzzle. And so we'll bring that all together if your board approves it conceptually.
All right. So any comments from the board? Nope. Good. Any comment? All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 41. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Anybody in the boardroom want to speak on this item? Come on up. You have anything to say? I don't see anybody in the boardroom. Let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the
I'll
board.
move to approve it.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right,
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, ladies.
thank you.
Sorry, I made you wait so long.
Yeah, all day.
A lot of things happening.
All right, so we're just going to go ahead and move to
44.
44, Bill of Rights Proclamation. All right,
One
Kim?
sec, okay. Item 44 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing December 15th, 2025 as Bill of Rights Day in El Dorado County.
All right. Proclamation of El Dorado County Board of Supervisors commemorating December 15th, 2025 as Bill of Rights Day. Whereas the first 10 commandments of the Constitution of the United States of America, known collectively as the Bill of Rights, were ratified on December 15th, 1791. And whereas the Bill of Rights recognizes, affirms, and protects our most fundamental rights as Americans. Our forefathers and hundreds of thousands of men and women serving in the public safety agencies and in the armed forces of the United States serve to safeguard our liberties and guarantee the freedom of speech, press, and assembly. And whereas the U.S. Constitution was a remarkable achievement that established a government with power of hands of the people, the Bill of Rights built on the foundation safeguarding the liberties of our citizens, in honoring the protection of fundamental rights and the freedom it enshrines and the sacrifices made to create and preserve the rights. And whereas the Bill of Rights is a day of officials of the government and the people of the United States to remember and honor the Bill of Rights and its liberties that affirms and protects the displaying of the flag of the United States on public buildings, and by meeting together for such prayers and such ceremonies as may seem to them appropriate. Now, therefore, it proclaimed that December 15th, 2001 began the outgoing commemoration of Bill of Rights, and the County of El Dorado, and each December 15th, therefore, shall and request its citizens to be designated the Bill of Rights Day in the County of El Dorado, and therefore, Be it further proclaimed that all government agencies be encouraged to observe the annual Bill of Rights in the manner brings to the mind of the meeting the importance of each of the 10 articles contained in that bill. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the county at a regular meeting of said held on the 9th day of December 25. Any comments from the board?
Amen.
Amen. All right, I'll open it up to Zoom participants.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 44. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants.
Now
please.
taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you, Board. The Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. It spells out Americans' rights in relation to their government. It guarantees civil rights and liberties to the individual, like freedom of speech, press, and religion. I was kind of waiting to see if Ken Greenwood would be here or speaking. He's one who normally has something to say about the Bill of Rights. And in absence of knowing whether he's online, I just thought it was important to recognize this proclamation as read by your chair. I, as well as I know most of the public are concerned about our deviating away from the Constitution. And this is very important then that local government, in this case, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, takes this action. In absence of something like this, it is, first of all, disrespectful from our past. And in my mind, deviates from something that has been kind of accepted by us as never being under attack or never changing. And right now, society, in my mind, is confused as to what type of government do we have at the federal level. Earlier, there was a discussion about not knowing whether Mosquito Bridge and the increased costs will be supported by our federal government. This is what's wrong with today's society, that we are confused and we have no understanding of what may or may not happen. Our risk is monumental, and our future is suspect. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to express my comments. I believe in the Constitution, and obviously I believe in the Bill of Rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right,
Chair, I'll move it for approval.
I'll second it. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So, Gail,
We could head to lunch and then come back at 1 o'clock for open forum and items 42, 43, and after the hearing at 1 o'clock.
okay, sounds good. All right. All right, welcome back. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors now going to resume the regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time for the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, please open public comment, open forum.
We are now taking public comment specifically on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Hey, come on up.
Thank you. Take care of me. Merry Christmas, everybody. Getting in the spirit. I'm reading from Paradise by Lizzie Jordan, and this is the last meeting of the year, from what I understand. So we're going to go into next year with this reading. An officer by a barricade blocked the yellow school bus from entering Chico. So Kevin, the driver, drove the 25 miles south to Biggs. Kevin pulled into the parking lot of Pizza Roundup, an all-you-can-eat chain restaurant. The children badly needed to use the restroom. By the time they had gotten all the students through, waiters had brought out hot pans of pizza and pitchers of soda, all of it free. The children were led inside while Kevin cleared the bus. The ceiling of the battle wagon was black, encrusted with layers of soot and dust. Out the window, he watched as the students staggered across the concrete, coughing. No wonder. They'd been breathing this grime most of the ride. Travis, who had attempted to escape with Susie and Paul on their quads, saw the headlights first. He sped the last few yards towards the fire engine, cutting the power on his four-wheeler. He introduced himself to the 2 firefighters from Nevada County. They're unconscious, I think. Pretty much dead or nearly there, speaking of Susie and Paul. The 2 firefighters crowded into the back of Travis's all-terrain vehicle, wrapping their arms around one another. "Hold on tight," one of the firefighters told his partner, clutching a duffel bag of medical supplies. After about 2 miles, they arrived on the sloping lava cap. The men hiked downhill to the spot where Paul and Susie lay. They hadn't moved, though their eyes blinked as the firefighters approached. Paul's skin was sloughing off, mottled red and black. Susie's burn injuries were oozing a clear liquid, soaking what remained of her clothing. They had third-degree burns, meaning the tissue had been damaged down to the delicate nerve level. The firefighters there were worried that if their throats were too scorched to breathe, the swelling would suffocate them. Susie was placed on the back of Travis's four-wheeler. Paul's quad was made into a makeshift ambulance. As they gunned back to South Libby Road, Paul and Susie shrieked. Their cooked skin slid and shed every time the wheels struck a boulder or rattled over a downed tree. "Yell and scream as much as you want," the firefighters reassured him. "I'm sure it hurts." The firefighters lifted Paul and Susie onto their tall engine. They would be airlifted to UC Davis Bird Center in Sacramento, where they would be treated for 2nd and 3rd-degree burns. I hope that this reading is working and impressing on you that something has to be done. This county's in bad shape. And if you look south of Pleasant Valley Road, all those single lane roads are a problem.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it.
Honorable board members, Mr. Chair, my name is Lon Uso. I think you guys know me. My wife celebrated her 79th birthday a couple of months ago. We celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary, and we have been involved in this situation with a conditional use permit now for 5 years, and time is wearing on old folks like us. We don't know how much more time we have to enjoy our property. I'm here to ask you a favor. I want to ask you that you speak with your county council and ask them to release you from his request that you not speak to me. or I ask you to do what you have in your power to do, which is to respectfully ignore his request. And I don't take this lightly. I did not sue the county. A lawsuit requires that you have testimony from witnesses, that you have a demand of restitution of funds or, for money. I filed a writ of mandate. Writ of mandate is dependent 100% on the record of what occurred at that hearing. Nothing that I say, nothing that you say after that hearing is going to affect the results of that writ of mandate. But more importantly, at this point in time, everything has been filed with the courts, and it's been months and months since this happened. It's all in the hands of the judge. Again, even more so now, nothing that we say, nothing that you say to me or I say to you or staff says or is going to change what the judge is going to decide. I need to move forward with this, guys. I really, really do. It's ruining our Christmas to have to be sitting here with this weight on us. We have received a death sentence for jaywalking. It's not fair. It's not right. We have paid a big price. So I'm asking you, sir, please release them and let them speak with me. It will have zero effect on the well-being of the county. Let them talk to me so that maybe as reasonable human beings, we can sit down and come up with a solution to this so that my family can get on with its life and enjoy our beautiful property. It's a beautiful place. I would love to show it to you. Thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Ron.
I'm sorry. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Sid Bassett, director with Cameron Park CSD, but also a member of the People to People group that just made an amazing trip to Warabi, Japan. And also with me from People to People, I'm Michelle.
Michael.
And I'm Michael,
McKnight.
right? And Shiva Benson. Okay, very good. And so my part of it is just, we were so welcome with open arms, and it was such a privilege to be there. And I'm honored actually to speak on behalf of our group and to you as a fellow elected official. There was an amazing welcoming ceremony. They had professional musicians play for us, amazing speeches. And Shiva and I both were supposed to be giving speeches. And so what does one say when we're welcomed by such an enthusiastic group? We talked about all the things I love about Japan, including sushi and beer and so forth. But you might recall the World Series was going on. And I said, I think particularly I'm quite fond of two Japanese ball players who play for the Dodgers. And that got a great laugh. And it shows you the connection is not so far away, that we have so much in common. I spoke with pride of our county, the beauty of our county, the history, and welcome these people to come and visit. So it was my great honor. So I've shared with you the program that they put a lot of thought into, and it was an amazing program, welcoming us, professional, amazing, the best restaurant, Japanese food you could ever imagine, great speeches, great music, but most of all, a heartfelt welcome. So I was a privilege to be attending as a people-to-people representative, but also representing our county.
Thank you, Sid.
Hi, I'm Michael McKnight, and I'm representing Sarah Riffle, who is the president. The respect comes from a strength and perseverance that the carp has. They swim upstream, so they are able to conquer adversity. And it's a lot about strength in adversity, endurance through challenges, courage to overcome difficulty. And this is really more than just a gift. It's a wish for all the residents of El Dorado County. It comes from that whole concept of strength comes from the legend that carp swim upstream, and once they make it, then they become a dragon. So the reward for that perseverance and strength is quite significant. It also represents growth, success, and achievement. So it's a wish for all to grow healthy and strong. It's often given when a child is born as well. So they're wishing this strength and ability to advance in life and achieve their goals and dreams. And it's also protection and good fortune. I hope you all enjoy having this and remembering the thoughts behind it that come from Waterby. I am in the process of having the Japanese translated into English. There's a little card that will go with this. I'll present it when the translation is available. It should be soon. Thank you I wanted to say one more thing. The thing that I loved, one of my most favorite things was the closing ceremony, the sayonara party, which we always have here and there. It was Sid's idea to sing Country Roads. It was amazing. A whole, like over 100 people singing Country Roads. And it was amazing how many people in Japan actually knew the song. And I wish I had a recording of that so you could see the joy on their faces when they were singing with everyone. It was a wonderful experience.
I mentioned I'm a country boy from a country county.
Right.
And I said, no disrespect, Chairman. And I said, I often wear cowboy boots and a cowboy hat.
Yeah, okay, good.
And I have a neighborhood bear.
You fit right in.
Good afternoon. If I say I'm not with this group, do I get 3 minutes? Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Shiva Franson, and I had the honor of representing this board at People to People in Japan. Thanks to Supervisor Virkamp for making that possible. So my husband and I, earlier this year in April, we hosted a Japanese guest, and also we had the opportunity to go to Japan last month and being hosted. What a life-changing experience. This experience is even more life-changing for our youth and high school students. So I encourage you to continue to support this program as much as you can. And I really appreciate every one of you for that, resolution that you had that we could present to them. So the teaser with those glasses, yeah, they gave it to us. We saw the skeletons and the death, and we're like, what's going on? Maybe they don't like this group. But so a quick background on that, just the skeleton playing shamisen. As the saying goes, if you peel off the surface, all humans are the same. And no matter who we are, we're all made of skeleton after all. So this message conveys the idea that we should all live together in harmony and enjoy life. And the skeleton playing shamisen cheerfully expresses a humorous feeling of, well, let's not rush. So we just wanted to share all this with you. And again, thank you for all your support, and thanks for the opportunity to share this with you. It's good to see all of you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for representing us. It
Yeah.
means a lot. And
Yeah.
yeah,
It does.
it looks like City Hall has grown since I was there last.
It's 4 stories.
Wow.
It's a beautiful place. Yeah.
I
yeah.
guess. Yeah, quite.
18 councilmen, by the way.
18
Yeah.
counties.
Wow.
I said it's a struggle to get 3 votes, at least in my CS.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, you guys. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, you guys. Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on up.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to check, is now the waist hike discussion?
No.
That's next.
No, that'll be coming up.
I'll save my comments. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from concerned citizen.
Good afternoon. Today, I want to address something that strikes at the heart of public trust, the misuse of government power by an elected official. Through a recent Public Records Act request, we obtained emails proving targeted and selective enforcement directed from a supervisor's office. The emails released from Supervisor Lori Parlin's office reveal something deeply improper. They show a supervisor directly instructing code enforcement and county council on how to pursue a private citizen who had every right to expect neutral and lawful treatment. That is a line that no supervisor should ever cross. In a late 2024 email sent directly from Supervisor Parlin to the code enforcement supervisor and copied County Counsel Roger Runkle, she did not simply ask for clarification. She pressured staff to escalate enforcement. She told code enforcement they must physically verify activity on a certain property. She emphasized that gathering irrefutable evidence against that citizen should be a top priority for the county. She even noted that county council had been involved and had been encouraged code enforcement on what kind of evidence they should collect. This is not what a supervisor is supposed to do. This is not neutral governance. This is not the board acting through proper channels. This is an elected official directing the machinery of government against a specific individual, selectively, aggressively, and politically. When a supervisor uses her position to steer investigations, to urge staff toward predetermined outcomes, or to satisfy a pressure group she is aligned with, that is an abuse of power. It corrupts the process, it compromises staff, and it sends a chilling message to every citizen. If you fall out of favor with the wrong elected official, enforcement can be turned on you. And yet, while Supervisor Parlin is pushing the county to punish somebody over alleged violations, she appears to have unpermitted solar panels on her own property, for example. Ordinary citizens are cited and fined for that exact issue. But when it comes to those in power, enforcement becomes optional. That double standard is impossible to ignore. A government cannot function when those who write the rules do not follow them. And it absolutely cannot function when those same officials use enforcement as a political weapon against the citizenry. Supervisor Parlin has forfeited the moral authority required to serve. The appropriate remedy is her immediate resignation. And to the rest of the board, consider carefully what you want your legacy to be. The citizens are watching, we are recording, and we will continue reporting. Remember, you work for us. You are all public servants. Now think to yourself, which one of you would like us to dig up your secrets next? Thank you for the time.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Linda Campbell, Eldorado Hills. I just want to take a moment and say that for all of you that we see almost every week, I really hope that you have a very Merry Christmas and a very good New Year, that you take time to rest and be with your family and friends and enjoy the season, and that you come back refreshed for 2026. Thank you for what you do. Take care.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Yes, Ken Greenwood here, District 325, Triple Junction, but today, reporting live from Heavenly Valley. Just went up to the top of the canyon run, came down, hit an icy spot. Brad, I'm okay. Anyway, I just wanted to remind us all, thank you this morning for that item, but I was busy sleeping. Sorry. Anyway, notice for cell tower projects, 1 mile. Please, let's do it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Also, what was the other item? I don't know. I've got snow on my mind. And I'm on my way to Kirkwood for a double whammy. So that ought to be fun. I hope. Anyway, darn it, what was the other thing? Well, anyway, and I agree with Linda to wish you a happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. and it is time for refreshing. And hope you all have a good time. I know my family's getting together. I got a new grandson. Haven't seen him yet, but we're looking forward to the holiday season and pray for snow. I can't remember what the other item is, but what the heck. You have a great day. Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Some of the comments today are a little disturbing, but I want to follow on with what should be concerning to the supervisors in their direct capacity today. And that is that you have a Serrano-specific plan that's not in conformance with the specific plan requirements. All of the public trails, pathways, and pedestrian walkways are supposed to be by specific plan, publicly owned and publicly maintained. At the last meeting, you all approved an easement, and the easement is likely not sufficient to solve the problem, but the problem isn't just with the relationship to the K12 trail. The problem is a systemic case where public funds are reimbursing for public improvements that are left in the hands of private developers or private hands. That's wrong. It's not wrong by just the county's own procedures. Those are written procedures that have been around for decades, but it's also wrong under various statutes in state law. The Serrano and Silva Valley Parkway pathways on either side of Public Road, Serrano Parkway and Silva Valley Parkway have not been deeded. They have no easement. They are in private hands. They violate the El Dorado Hills specific plan explicitly. They further violate the development agreement, which I understand is expired, but that expiration doesn't beget the fact that it says to not have deeded those improvements while you reimburse them is an explicit breach of the agreement. The problem really becomes in your face when Marble Valley comes to town, and that is the specific plan proposal that the county's planning department is working with the applicant on. You really need to understand the duties of the county as it relates to the Subdivision Map Act. Those duties are becoming increasingly clear to more and more folks in your county, and you will be tripped up on every turn where you mess it up. And those mess ups don't just apply to these two specific plans. We got to clean it up. And I urge the supervisors to start learning what the law really requires of you. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Bring it back. So I guess, thank you for
I'm
the
just gonna,
comments today.
just really quick. I know there's been a lot of interesting claims out there in the public about me. I'm not sure why, but I've been assured, I didn't go check it myself, that I do have a permit for our solar panels. They're available on the public track it. You can all go find it. I don't know why this person's having a tough time finding it, but it's on there. We were an early adopter and got solar panels pretty darn early. And then as far as the code enforcement, maybe I can ask county council if he'll send that email. I know which one it was. All it is that in my mind, there's two sides to everything. And I had a neighbor ask for assistance connecting with staff and ask some questions. And so that was what I do, is I facilitate between staff and residents. I think that that's what we're supposed to do. So again, I'm not sure why they took my email and interpreted it the way they did, but if you want to see it, I'm pretty sure county council has that for you. This is really unfortunate that that things are being skewed in the way they are. So that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Any other comments or anything? Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and thank you for your comments today in open forum. So let's go ahead and move to item 46. Kim?
Item 46 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding the solid waste collection rates for South Tahoe Refuse Areas A and B. One, based on the analysis completed by Crow LLP, find that a 5.10% increase to franchise area A, along with the previous approved SB 1383 adjustment of 5.08%, which is fixed from the 2025 rates, and a 5.10% increase to franchise B existing rates be in accordance with the interim rate year setting process. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing an increase to the solid waste collection rates for South Tahoe Refuge Incorporated franchise area and area B for the 2025 interim year.
All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Board. Jeff Warner, Director for Environmental Management. I'm here today to present the proposed interim year 2026 rate increase for South Tahoe Refuse franchise areas A and B. I have representatives from South Tahoe Refuse and also Crow LLP online for Zoom to answer any questions. As outlined in the staff report, the franchise agreement with STR incorporates the rate setting policy and procedures manual, which ensures a consistent and transparent process for all member agencies for the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority. Importantly, STR does not set the proposed rates. Instead, we engage an independent solid waste consultant to review the rate application and determine whether an increase is warranted. The consultant's final rate analysis is presented to the JPA, and if the JPA does not recommend the report and proposed rates, it must specifically identify any deficiencies. Once the JPA approves the rates, the final rate is brought before your board for consideration as it is today. Crow LLP completed its review and submitted the recommended interim year 2026 rate analysis to the JPA on October 3rd. The rate analysis is based on 85% of the garbage and trash CPI index. Crow has calculated a 5.1 rate increase for both franchise areas A and B. This increase is a flat annual rate covering a full year of service. Additionally, Area A includes a deferred 5.08% increase related to SB 1383 implementation activities, which were previously approved by your board in 2024. In accordance with Proposition 218, 6,257 notices regarding this proposed rate increase were mailed to all customers in Area A on October 22nd. Additionally, STR has notified non-mandatory Area B customers by mail. As of today, the clerk of the board has received 29 written protests. In the absence of a majority protest, which is 50% plus one, which is 3,130 protests, staff recommends the board approve the proposed rates and authorize the chair to sign the resolution adopting the 2026 solid waste collection rates. And with that, I will turn it over to Eric Nyland from Crow, and he has a brief summary over the analysis and the rates for you, and he can answer the questions you might have.
Thanks, Jeff. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm going to present now. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Today I'll walk through the interim year rate adjustment review conducted by Crow for this fiscal 26 coming up. The scope of our work was to set rates for interim year 2026, which be effective January 1, 2026. Just to level set, the year 2024 was a base year, and that is a detailed review of revenues, costs, and profits. And so that's a more rigorous review where we look at the income statement of the company and we analyze changes in revenue, changes in cost, and changes in profitability of the company. In the interim years, these are more of a formula. They're calculated on an index, largely driven by the consumer price index, the change over the last year. Last year in 2025 was an interim year rate change process. This year is as well. In July, STR submitted an application to the JPA. In August and September, we reviewed that application to make sure that it complied with the methodology and the rate manual. The rate manual is a standard, almost like a cookbook-like process for handling rate adjustments. It's formally incorporated into the franchise agreement with the company and has been approved some time ago. It's probably about 10 years ago when it was approved. The approach that Crow used is we reviewed the changes in the applicable CPI index. This is published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so that's represents about 93% of the total change in the rate this year. We also reviewed the changes in the monthly landfill tonnage reports prepared for each of the facilities used by the company, Lockwood Landfill and Carson City. We looked at the assumptions and calculations and the data used to support this request, made sure that they were accurate. Just so you know, the monthly landfill component of the rate is about 7% of the rate change. And so we look at the change in the tipping fee rate that is required to be paid by the company to these facilities. And those are published in a written agreement between the parties. So we obtain the letters that specify the change in the tipping fee rate. And then we look at the projection of tonnages for each landfill by material type to make sure that they're consistent with prior years and trends in the tonnage. So then we use this intermediate rate change worksheet, which is an attachment to our report. It's on page 16 of our report that shows the calculation. And again, that intermediate calculation is a function of the change in CPI applied to all other costs other than landfill tipping fees. And so these would be things like labor costs, truck and equipment, maintenance, and general administrative costs. And then the change in the landfill tip fee, again, is considered separately. So based upon that calculus, the outcome for this year was a 5.10% increase for the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County, and a slightly different increase for Douglas County. So El Dorado County Area A and B are part of the JPA, and so the rates are set for these three different jurisdictions. Douglas County is slightly lower because of the lower franchise fee that is required to be paid by the company to that entity. Recall in our last discussion in 2025, there was an increase that was approved for Senate Bill 1383 related program enhancements. The company had to roll out a number of new trucks, routes, and carts, procure new carts to be able to service Area A in El Dorado County to meet SB 1383 organics collection requirements. So that was a 5.08% rate increase in each of 2 years, 2025 and then this year, 2026. So the cumulative impact of A and B here to El Dorado County A is a 10.18% increase. El Dorado County Area B does not have the same SB 1383 requirements, and so its rate increase is solely a function of the intermediate calculation of 5.10. The impact to rate pairs is shown here to residential rate pairs for both Area A and B. And so the combined impact to the unlimited service customer is the rate will change from $47.87 a customer a month to $52.55 per customer per month. And you can see the other service types are shown here. The senior rate will change from $31.20 up to $34.25, and that's discounted for seniors. Area B, you can see that there is not a SB 1383 rate adjustment. So based upon the container size, the rate change varies from $1.16 per customer per month up to $2.20 per customer per month. Combined rate change for a common 232 gallon can rate would be $32 per customer per month. On the commercial sector side, the rate changes are shown here for Area A and B. Again, SB 1383 shown here for Area A. The combined impacts are approximately $5.60 for the per cubic yard charge, and that would increase from $57.39 up to $63.01 for a cubic yard of collection. Area B, again, the rate change shown only for that intermediate adjustment, and that would be anywhere between $1.22 per per customer per cubic yard of service, increasing the rate from 23.87 up to 25.09. For compacted yard, that would increase by 277 to 57.03. And these details are enumerated in schedules in our report as well. With that, I'll turn it back to the board for questions.
Any questions or comments this time?
I just got one real quick. Why doesn't the SB 1383 apply to area B?
Because the elevation waivers, but the South Tahoe area A, they are exempt from collecting the organic material as far as the food waste. It's just the yard waste that needs to be separated. And
Okay.
so it's all to
So they
comply
were
with the
at
cans.
higher elevations were
Correct.
exempted in the law?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
it's just a matter of they still have to comply with the can 3-cart system.
Okay.
for
Thank you.
area A.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So SB 1383 in a nutshell is a requirement to separate organic waste, which organic waste for the purposes of 1383 are described as yard trimmings and food waste.
That's correct.
So I have gotten questions from several residents. How is the whole program of the bins, the different colored and size bins, how are all of those applied to 1383 when 1383 only really mandates yard waste, the green waste? How is it that we're throwing trash and recyclables into that program?
With the elevation waiver for the food component of that, they can still put it in the regular garbage bags. So there's an exemption for that. However, 1383 does not exempt the franchisees or the haulers to not do anything. They're still required to have a 3-cart system, which is either the color coded. And so there is that yard waste collection that still needs to be done to be compliant.
But does it actually talk about the 3-cart system in 1383?
Yes, it does.
And it requires the 30 be separated?
Yes. We also have STR. They have probably not sure if I can call on them, but Sarah Letton should be there. She's their sustainability coordinator. Probably give a better explanation from the STR side of what their implementation is, if you would like.
Yeah, maybe that would be helpful. I'm also, wanting to air these questions on behalf of, residents who have
Absolutely.
brought things to my attention. And then, I read some of the letters that were in objection to this rate increase, and it's significant. And if you look back over the last few years, it's really gone up quite a bit. Does South Tahoe Refuse have a program for people on fixed incomes or low incomes?
I would like to defer that question to them as they set their rates. Be able to answer it.
They are online.
Any other?
This is Catherine Howells with South Tahoe Refuse. Yes, we do have a low-income senior rate available.
And what is that, Ms. Howell?
Same matter. What's the program calls with that?
No, she's
Looking it up.
asking what the number is.
Yeah, what the rate is.
The Liberty program.
Yeah, we follow the same guidelines as the Liberty Utilities Care Program.
Okay. And is it a set rate that they would, if they qualify, what do they pay?
We're looking that up right now.
Yeah, so they pay, the new rate would be $34.25 a month versus the $52.55 for the regular rate.
Thank you.
Talk about the 3-cart system. And Brooke, let me just give you some clarification on 1383 and the 3-cart system. So under 1383, so it includes all organics and recycling, because recycling, any paper products and cardboard and stuff are also considered organics. So that's where you get the 3-cart system. And then the trash gets in there too, because technically it's illegal for us to throw in recycling or organics now into the trash, unless you have that waiver for the food waste, but you still have to participate in the 3-cart system. additionally, under 1383 for different communities, like if they did want to put everything into one cart and send it to a dirty MRF like we used to do in Tahoe, right? That's an option for some communities, but they have to meet a certain threshold. They have to be a high diversion processing facility, which is extremely hard to get. You would have to run a MRF for 24 hours a day and pick through it, multiple times. So that's the most cost-effective way to do it really is to roll out the 3-cart system, and it is a requirement across the board.
Excellent. Thank you for that specificity and that clarification. And then finally, when it's going to be in years 2025 and 2026 that this 5.08% increase is applied in order to cover the costs of implementing 1383. Did I say that correctly? Pretty much?
Yes. It'll be the
So-
last year, 2-year
Okay.
phase in.
And so then would the ratepayers expect that in 2027, the rates would go down by 5.8% to reset? Or how does that work?
Yep. So the following year, the 2027 year, that's going to be a base year. So then the calculation for the base year, it looks at the company revenues and expenses, and then it resets the rates accordingly. So that 5% amount would not repeat itself. It would strictly be based on operating costs.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Trees.
One of the questions I asked, because this has been going on for a long time with these rate increases, and then one of it was based on is fuel cost. Well, fuel cost has gone down, is what it is. And I remember it was a comment that was made way back when, if fuel costs go down, the rates will come down. Well, obviously they haven't. And being that the fuel cost has dropped, why aren't we getting any reductions at all on any of this? And this actually comes to our here that represents us too in our county, which is Waste Connections. And I'm just a little bit concerned about it because it seems like to me, there is no breaks. It seems like it just stays or keeps going up every year. So
Yeah.
I kind of have a problem with that.
I'm having a deja vu. I feel like we had the same conversation last year or something, and the response was that the other costs, will continue going up, but the 1383, let's say, won't. And so potentially when they do the base year, things might not go up as much,
Right.
but they definitely will not go down.
Right.
That's just not where we're at. So that was, I remember that
Mhm.
exact same question on.
Yeah, and I do represent the county on the JPA board that's been referenced throughout this staff report. And, you have to be able to find something like specifically identify a deficiency in the rate analysis. And, we have professionals that do this. It goes through South Tahoe Refuse puts together their numbers and they submit them and they request an increase based on what they submit. And then a third party neutral consulting firm comes in, looks at it and says, yes, on some of these, or no, this isn't right. And then they modify that rate increase and come back with it. In this case, they came back with a different number that happened to be a little bit lower, but it really is a very convoluted process. South Tahoe Refuse has an extremely positive and well-deserved reputation in our community, and there's no one's questioning like whether they're taking advantage of the ratepayers or anything, but it's everything's going up. And so this becomes one of those everythings. And I'm confident in the process that we went through to get to where we are today. I do acknowledge that it is a lot. It's a big increase. And that's why I really wanted to find out if there is relief out there, if there are, for example, the CARE program that people maybe don't know about that they can apply for. But well, we are where we are. And I think the process was good. So.
Okay. Anything else? Any other comments? Right. The next. Brian? Nope. Good. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Tim?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 46. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alex Miller, and I have a house on Meadowvale in South Lake Tahoe in the county. Love this county, love to be here. Thank you. I am really opposed to this. I'm opposed to every year coming back for more and more money. When is it going to be enough? You know, some of the supervisors have already correctly said, okay, there's gas and now the gas has gone down. Where's our refund for that? Next year, they're going to want more money and more money. And I'm going to tell you, the services have not gotten any better. I take my trash and I put it in my car and I drive it to the dump. I don't even use the service. Yet I'm forced to have this. I'm forced to have this service. I'm forced to pay this fee. I don't want to. What about a fee for people that don't use the service? Where's that fee? There's no such thing. There's no care on their website. They don't care. They do not care. They're not that great of a company, in my opinion. I'm sorry to say that. But I take my trash and I dispose of it elsewhere because on Wednesday, oftentimes I'm not around. And during the summer, we have bears. So we can't necessarily leave it out there all day. So I take the trash and I put it in my car. My car smells for 3 days, and that's how I dispose of it. And then I get a bill. But here's the most important part for me. I strongly urge the supervisors to put this bill on the property tax. Because what happens is, if you don't pay your bill, you keep on getting these notices, and then they put a lien on your property. And to remove a lien on your property is $75 from the county and $75 from the agency. Now you're at $200-300. I have another house in Cathedral City in Palm Springs. It's on the property tax. I have no idea what the agency is called. I don't care. And it's great. I never see the bill. I pay my property tax and it's over. I pay it twice a year and I don't have this extra bill arriving into my post office box every single month. Every month I'm burdened with this bill, a bill that I don't use. I don't want it. I don't have it. I don't use it. And then they come back to you and say, hey, we need more money. We need more money. We need more money. Tonight at 5:30, I will go to the city council. They're looking at affordable housing options because we can't afford California. Us Californians, I was born and raised here in California. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. For all of these extra fees on all the time, on all of these agencies, and then they come back and it's never enough. It'll never be enough. Next year, they'll come back and want 5% more. And 1383 says nothing about raising the rates like this. Other jurisdictions don't raise their rates based on 1383. That is a cop-out and a pure lie from the agency. I really hope you'll do the right thing. Stand up for residents in this county and say no more rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Turnbull and members of the board. I decided to come in person today instead of coming under public comment through Zoom. My family owns a home in off of South Upper Truckee in Myers. Last September, we received the 3 cans. And prior to that, we had unlimited garbage pickup. And we also had you put out the yard waste and the recycling every week. Since that time, we have received 5 bills and totaling $576.95. And we've been able to put a can out 3 times. So that means each of the cans we put out cost us $192.31. If you don't happen to be there on your garbage day, you just bring it home. And because we don't rent our house, it just seems like there should be some kind of a program for that. I know the truck has to drive by our house every week. And anyway, it's just, it seems like there should be some kind of relief if you don't rent your house out. Let me see if there was anything else. Probably not. Oh, yes, in Placerville, even though it's mandatory, there are some reasons where people can opt out. And I believe in garbage pickup. I believe in recycling. I believe in the composting. But I just think it would be nice if there was some other alternative for people who don't use it, because we aren't adding tonnage to, I think we put out 2 garbage cans and 1 recycling since last September of 2024. So thank you.
Anybody else in board chambers like to speak on this item? Come on up. Let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. Brooke, my comments are kind of directed to you because you should know. Is the 3-cart system that's been talked about the same 3-cart system that is in South Lake Tahoe? Is it the same on the west slope? The reason why I'm asking that, because I saw the table come up. What is it, 32 and 42 or something? There was a couple of different sizes of the cans that I had saw on one of the news media about the problems with bears. And so it automatically, in my mind, made me think, is a 3-can system have the bear deterrent in it? And if it does, is it for each of the 3 cans? Is it mixed garbage as well as the recycling as well as the compost? I was told by, I think, an individual, I don't know if it was somebody that they interviewed, that it might not have that bear deterrent element in it, that's an extra cost on the part of the resident. And then the question of the truck coming along and being very efficient in doing its pickup like it is on the west slope. The question is it as efficient or is it more costly because some handling part of the process is different, meaning they can't just go along to each resident and quickly pick it up in a matter of just a few seconds. Somebody has to get out, or it has to be handled in a more manual way in some regard. So it's a broader discussion about, is this the true cost? You've heard people comment today that they don't want to pay or they feel it's unjustified. But mine's more on a technical side. Are we talking about apples and apples? Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks, Chris.
Now taking public comment from iPad.
Good afternoon, board. Tony Risso, Myers resident. Calling in regards to STR brought up the CARE program, and as long as we're bringing that up, they're the only entity that has a age requirement on the CARE program. Liberty Energy, Southwest Gas, there is no age requirement. So it is only an income requirement. As far as the last caller, Chris Payne, was talking about wildlife and the cart systems. We do have a problem because STR and County Environmental Management is quoting 1383 repeatedly and stating that these costs are associated with the 1383. But what they failed to look at is Senate Bill 2902, which is also in relations to Public Resource Code 42999, subsection C, subsection 8, which requires in our county or in certain parts of our county where wildlife has been determined by Fish and Wildlife or other jurisdictions such as law enforcement, that there is a situation that could cause human interactions with wildlife, then the cart system does not work. They have no locks except for the garbage cart. And the carts by STR and County Environmental Management's own claim are bear resistant. They're not bear proof. The Senate bill and the Public Resource Code I quoted require the use of bear bins or bear cans. So while we're having this exercise, we need to sit there and look at these aspects as well, which again, STR and County Environmental Management seem to gloss over and pretend don't exist. That's my comment, and I appreciate your time. Again, many of us are upset and don't want to see this additional fee go into practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any other few discussions.
I'll just comment on a couple of things that I picked up from listening to public comment, and that is a question of, is the service the same? And I think the question was Tahoe compared to the West Slope, right? Did I hear that right? So we have mandatory residential pickup in Tahoe, which is different than what you have down here. So yeah, there's differences. The garbage cans that South Tahoe Refuse supplied, they went out and looked at quite a few manufacturers. There weren't a lot of garbage bins that had a locking mechanism, but they were able to find a company that did provide one. And in my experience, which I can firsthand, my experiences, they work great. We offer different size cans when it comes to garbage and recyclables. The big cans are big. They're 95 gallons. That's why we gave South Tahoe Refuse gave people choices so that they didn't have to store these ginormous cans if they didn't need it. But the rate is the same for everybody, no matter which size can you have. So because it's unlimited pickup, it still is unlimited pickup today. They have requirements on how you do it, and it's a little bit different than how we've done it in the past, but that service still exists. Those are the couple things that I picked up on that was asked. So is there any further discussion? Are we ready for motion?
Brooke, if I may,
Mr. Vierkamp?
yeah, obviously the mandatory pickup's been in place for a long time, and it's mainly due to wildlife
Decades.
and so forth.
Yeah.
But given the continual cost increases of today's work, is there ever any discussion or thought about maybe having an opt-out for those? A lot of them are second homes and so forth. So, again, obviously you throw it out there too. You can afford to have a second home. You pay for it. But there's others that maybe it's not their second home, and yet they do something else. And I don't see the rates ever going down much, unfortunately. So is there an option for an opt-out, and people take, they're responsible to take it. If it becomes a nuisance, then that becomes a different issue.
Yeah, and I
know.
think South Tahoe Refuse is, hearing our conversation, and
Right.
it's been brought up at the JPA as well. And it's problematic to have an opt-out with mandatory pickup, because it's like, well, is this house in, or is this, it becomes a route issue, and there's also seasonality that occurs in Tahoe. And then also we have bare boxes that we mandate in our VHR ordinance, that VHRs have to have these bare boxes. And so those get serviced by South Tahoe Refuse as well. And I think it would be fair to say we'll continue the conversation. We don't have a solution as of right now.
Gotcha.
If I may add to that, that was a very good question of when does something become mandatory, and if someone could opt out. in my research, thanks to county AI, it basically goes back to the 70s with TRPA, looking at the growth of the basin and without the infrastructure. And so they put it in place, I believe, from what I researched, was that any new structures, any buildings, habitable buildings were required to have the infrastructure of trash service, water, electricity, and things like that. And that's where it became mandatory. And in July, when we do the lien process for unpaid garbage bills, I go into the details of what does it mean to be mandatory and the benefits of it. It also does help bring some rate stability, knowing that you have a set base. And if you have people that are opting out, then the franchisee needs to kind of balance what their operating costs are. And if people opt out, that means the people who are paying for it will end up paying more.
Yeah.
So that would be the other component of, going against, you take something out of the ordinance. Now, the ordinance for solid waste under 8.42.200, section C, does allow the board to deem an area necessary for mandatory collection due to health and safety reasons, but there isn't one to say they can reverse that. So that would be something that if you want to explore that, we would have to meet with TRPA and see if that's not in conflict of something. But overall, the goal is if it's mandatory, it does help spread out the rates evenly between everyone to offset the cost.
And what about the suggestion that the South Tahoe refuses bill be included in the property tax? I thought that was interesting.
That is a good question. I do not know the answer for it. I know the process as it stands now is if it's unpaid, it does go on as a lien, which shows in your property taxes that way.
Yeah.
But I am not sure how that would go. That would be more of a legal question that we could confer with our county council at some point in time to see what that process would be.
Could maybe your JPA explore that
We
as
could
an
look at
option
it
too?
too.
That
Yeah.
would make sense.
Yeah.
And maybe the age caveat also.
Yeah.
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 Got it.
Any other questions?
Fine.
All right. All right, so is there a motion?
Yeah, I would move approval of the solid waste collection rates for South Tahoe refuse in areas A and B as provided.
For a second,
I'll second.
Okay.
all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No. All opposed.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Turnbull voting no.
All right. Let's go ahead and move to
42.
42.
Item 42 comes from Planning and Building Department and Department of Transportation, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to send a resolution of intention to initiate the process of repealing chapter 1.30.72 Missouri Flat Planning Cost Reimbursement Fee, and to temporarily stop the collection of the Missouri Flat Planning Cost Reimbursement Fee.
All right. Adam, Rob, you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. Again, as this is a joint item, I have with me also here from the Department of Transportation, Adam Bain, our county engineer. And we also are further supported by some representatives of our finance division and of course, our county council who has been involved in the matter. As Kim stated, today we're here to discuss a resolution of intent to initiate the process of repealing chapter 13072 titled the Missouri Flat Planning Cost Reimbursement Fee, which I'm going to refer to as reimbursement fee for the rest of this presentation, and to temporarily stop the collection of the reimbursement fee based on this discussion. So some history: in the late 1990s, the county was processing applications for new retail projects within the Missouri Flat area in Diamond Springs. Those projects included the Walmart, the El Dorado Village, which is commonly referred to now as the Safeway Shopping Center, and the Sundance Plaza, which we all know now as the Crossings. The county sought a comprehensive approach to address both the traffic congestion that existed in the Missouri Flat area and to provide capacity for future development within that area as well. In 1997, the county entered into the Missouri Flat Road Circulation Plan Cooperative Funding Agreement, and with those initial participating developers. So all of those parties agreed to contribute specified amounts towards the development of a program EIR and related planning documents for the Missouri Flat Master Circulation and Funding Plan, or MCNFP. In exchange, the county agreed to develop a reimbursement fee program. And in 1998, the board adopted the MCNFP and entered into a development agreement with the initial participating developers that memorialized the reimbursement through developing and imposing a permit processing fee on non-residential development and imposing that fee through the Missouri Flat area, and to use the proceeds of that fee to reimburse those both the county and those initial participating developers. In 2000, the board adopted the reimbursement fee codified in Ordinance Code Chapter 13072, so that's within the zoning ordinance. And the initial fee was 43 cents per square foot and was to be annually adjusted for inflation. And my understanding is that fee is currently at 81 cents. This fee is collected by the Planning and Building Department when a non-residential building permit is obtained within the Missouri Flat area. And the initial participating developers did receive fee credits against the reimbursement fee when they obtained building permits. So in some of those instances, they got credits for those fees. I think it's important right now to distinguish this fee from the quarter-cent sales tax offset within the MCNFP area that is used to support construction of capital projects. So we're not talking about that fee that has been used on some of the Parkway projects and other things. We're just talking about the reimbursement for the EIRs that were done for these, basically these three projects and the MCNFP area in general. So it has been determined that to date, the county has collected sufficient fees under the program, and the departments find that there is no need to continue collection of the reimbursement fee at this time because the remaining parties of the agreement would be reimbursed by the current balance within the Special Revenue Fund. With that, the Planning and Building Department and the Department of Transportation recommend that the board approve and authorize the chair to sign the resolution of intent to initiate the process to repeal Chapter 13072 Missouri Flat Planning Cost Reimbursement Fee, and direct staff to temporarily stop collecting the fee effective the date of this resolution until the ordinance amendments are prepared and brought back in front of your board for hearing. So the next steps for that process would be that we would prepare, should it be approved by your board, that we would prepare those materials to go through the Planning Commission, and the commission would then, as they do in all zoning ordinance revisions or amendments, make a recommendation to your board from that hearing. Alternatively, the board may choose to not repeal Chapter 13072 and continue to collect the fee, but that could lead to the county needing to reimburse some future building permit applicants for fees collected after this date. So with that, I conclude my presentation and I open up for any questions you might have. And I may have to call on my colleagues to answer any specifics about the status of the special revenue account and sort of the remaining entities. And I will take any questions you have at this time.
So I'll give it to my colleagues. Any questions or comments?
The only one I have would be for council, David. There's no fine print that's linking that this needs to continue. From what I read, it's pretty straightforward. And there's no reason to continue to do it other than, I guess, if there was that concern. Otherwise, we would have to maybe issue some credits or something down the road for something that shouldn't be charged for in the first place.
That's correct. Yeah, it's our understanding that anyone, any of the there are sufficient funds in the account to reimburse anyone who may have an entitlement to receive reimbursement from that account. I think that's largely because some of the developers, the entities with whom the county originally contracted for purposes of this reimbursement have since dissolved. So we believe that there's sufficient money to reimburse any existing entities to which reimbursement is required, including, I think, the county general fund for its contribution to the original costs. And so there is really, I think it is about that straightforward. There's no further reason to continue to collect this fee, given that there's sufficient funds to meet our outstanding obligations.
and I found this item a little bit confusing because this is specifically to reimburse for the EIR, correct? So.
Which is
yes
all
or
over
no?
with.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, because the EIR was certified in 1998. It's been taking this long to reimburse, or did we just forget to close this up, or what happened? How did it take so? Come on, what happened? It doesn't make sense.
The fee's been collected over the length of the program. And we have just now reached the threshold where we've collected enough to reimburse the county and the one entity that still exists. And we have not made partial payments or incremental payments. We waited till there's enough to refund those who would have a current valid claim on it. So it's taken this long.
To collect.
And part of the reason for that is the development in the area hasn't come along nearly as quickly as what we thought. The connector project has taken a long time. There was development tied to that connector project that was anticipated to come into effect that hasn't. So that's the reason why we haven't collected it any faster than we have.
Okay, so hit the threshold, pay everybody back, and then this will be done. Got it. Okay.
Any other comments?
No, thanks.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open it up to public comment, Kim.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 42. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
Wow.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the item for approval.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Yeah. See Adam. Okay, see you, Ron. All right, so let's go ahead and move to item 43. DOT Latrobe West Connector Project.
Item 43 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board take the following actions for the Latrobe West Connector Project. 1, receive an update on the traffic analysis, and 2, provide direction to staff concerning a proposed amendment to the transportation and circulation element of the general plan.
All right.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Dustin Harrington, Department of Transportation, here to give a brief presentation on the Latrobe West Connector Project, provide an update to you as to what the department has done since our last board items concerning this project. So we have that presentation, Kim. So on March 12th, 2024, the board directed Department of Transportation to prepare an analysis on a preferred route alignment for a new roadway that would connect Latrobe Road and the Sacramento County line south of the El Dorado Hills Business Park. That would be consistent with the Creekside Village specific plan. This roadway would then tie into future improvements in Sacramento County and then continue north towards the city of Folsom. Next slide. So here's an outline of the previous board actions. As I mentioned, March 12th, the initial direction to the staff to move forward with this. Following that direction, transportation staff created a new capital improvement project, 3610-5084, called Latrobe West Connector. This was previously loosely referred to as the Road to the West, just for clarification. And we then retained Kimley Horn Associates to prepare a traffic operations analysis to evaluate existing and future conditions with and without the project. So that was on December 3rd of that same year. So this exhibit shows a very rough alignment. It's, for conceptual purposes only, but indicating the alignment of where the road would approximately be located, tying in with Latrobe Road near Wetzel Oviatt. So that's south of Royal Oaks Drive, and then would continue in an east-west configuration, then down towards Sacramento County line. Foreseeably would tie in right around where Payne Road intersects the county line, just due to existing features, and there are some environmental issues down there too. So we most likely have to have some kind of a creek crossing and be conscious of the environmental and wetland conditions in that location. Next slide.
Could I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Would that, do you pronounce it Payne?
Payne Road.
Payne Road? Would that road stay in place, or would this take the place of it?
So that's much of this is to be determined. That road is for the most part entirely within Sacramento County, and there might be a little sliver of it that goes within El Dorado County. And so much of this project would coincide with what the plans are on Sacramento County side to, further, connect this roadway into the city of Folsom. So this next exhibit here was pulled straight from the traffic study that we prepared. And you can see the proposed alignments there with kind of a hatched line. We identified two different foreseeable alternatives. One, and these would both be entirely within Sacramento County, so we really wouldn't have much control over this. But in terms of what our recommendations and what we would foresee happening is either this roadway ties into Empire Ranch, which we called Alternative 1. And of course, there will be an eventual interchange with US 50. So that is a very logical route. The second alternative would be further west. It would tie in with Savannah Parkway, which is currently essentially that same alignment that Payne Road takes, and there's an existing intersection right there, intersection 15 at White Rock, Savannah Parkway, and Payne Road. So we called that alternative 2, just for the purposes of this exercise. Next slide. And so one thing I will just note is I don't want to get too much into the weeds on the traffic study. This is really just kind of a quick briefing to you on what was done, so you're aware of it. But the study analyzed 9 roadway segments and 15 intersections for existing 2036 and 2045 level of service conditions with and without the project. And so these remaining tables are simply the summary, the output from the traffic report, and what was observed running the models for each of those configurations. This first slide here is at the year 2036. And this is hard to read, I'm sure, but the crux is that we've got level of service A through F assigned to the existing condition, which is the leftmost column right in the middle, which is existing 2024. And then the opening year would be 2036. So that would be without the project if we just, went forward to 2036. And then the 2 right columns would be in 2036 with the project for alternative A, and then with the project for alternative 1 and alternative 2. The shading on the level of services indicate a green shade indicates a improved level of service with the project. The salmon color would be a decreased level of service. So for example, on intersection 4, it would decrease from a level of service C to a D in the AM, whether alternative 1 or alternative 2 was selected. The purpose of this really was to highlight that we did not observe any strong improvements with the project. There were some improvements, and at certain segments and certain intersections, and some, decreased level of services at other locations. As you can see, the three red arrows at 6, 9, and 11 indicate there is a level of service F somewhere in there. And the interesting thing is the project really doesn't alter that. So at 6, we have a F for all three conditions for 2036. 9, we have an F in the PM condition without the project, and then only in the AM conditions for the project alternatives, and then it's an E for the PM. So, and then in 11, we've got Fs on all three scenarios. So that was kind of the takeaway from that. Go to the next slide, please. This is for 2045, very similar. We see some improvements at a couple of the intersections at the top, and then some decreases at just scattered throughout there. But for the most part, it's very consistent between the cumulative and the cumulative plus project. We also have 4 intersections on this one where we did note level of service F. That was really unavoidable, regardless of what alternative was used. Next slide, please. This looks at the roadway segment analysis. And so these all looked very good. We didn't have any level of service F. We did have a couple improvements on segment 2, which is Latrobe between Wetzel Oviatt and Investment Boulevard. And then a slight decrease at 1, which is Latrobe between Ryan Ranch and Wetzel Oviatt. So the very south portion there, from a C to a D. Otherwise, all of the level of services were consistent across for existing and the opening year and plus projects. Next slide. And this is just one more slide of the roadway segments. And it looks like an improvement on one and a decrease on the other. So very, very consistent with what we talked about on the others. Next. So that's just a very brief overview of what was gathered from the traffic study. What we're more here for today is to look forward to the next steps with this project. The next step feasibly would be to return to the board and with a resolution looking for a general plan amendment, and that would be specific to figure TC1, which is the circulation map for the general plan, shows the traffic circulation, and simply this approximate alignment would be added to that circulation map and then incorporated as part of the general plan with future revisions. We are aware that the Planning and Building Department does anticipate next year bringing a 5-year general plan report to your board. And at that point, it could initiate conversations about an upcoming update. So timing would lend itself very well to making this action now, or at least continuing with this course of action, and then seeing that realized as part of this upcoming discussion next year as part of the general plan. It is Transportation's intention to continue with the general plan amendment, but we did want to bring this to you today for your review and concurrence. So, just kind of as a checkpoint in where we started last year. We do have a couple of different board members on this year, so we want to bring that to everyone's attention so we're all on the same page. And if we do, assuming we do return early next year with a resolution for this general plan amendment, everyone would be familiar as to what's going on, what some of the results would be, what we would foresee with this roadway, with this project, and hopefully streamline the process. So that's all I've got. Be happy to answer any questions.
Fine, I got a start on this because it was mine, because this is John Heidels and myself. We were talking about a road to the west way back when, if you remember, I brought it up to Raphael and Raphael looked into it. And the biggest thing is to relieve the traffic off Latrobe Road, especially with all the development and everything that's going on right now. The concerns that I have with this is when we're talking about zoning changes. Is it going to require a lot of zoning changes to be able to put this in or not?
We don't foresee any zoning changes. The roadway is consistent with the planned Creekside development to the north. We are aware of various property owners immediately to the south, including the El Dorado High School District, Union High School District.
Right.
And so, you know, we can't speak to future development. We can only speak to what we have right now. But we do not foresee any changes to zoning. We think this road and the alignment shown is very compatible with current zoning and what's currently been planned.
Yeah, okay. Any comments? Anybody have one?
Just one question on the spreadsheets you had with level of services, those level of services were with the connector or without the connector?
So, yeah, so we ran several different scenarios. We typically would have the cumulative, which is basically no project, but it's just fast forwarding to whatever that was 2036 or 2045. And then the cumulative either plus project alt 1 or plus project alt 2, that would be with the project. So, and alt 1 and alt 2 were very similar. We saw slightly higher counts with alt 1. So that's why we would be recommending that one, because it would be utilized more and tie in with Empire Ranch,
Right.
correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, we that's why we provided columns for each, so you can look at and just to kind of reiterate, because I know it gets kind of confusing with all the numbers and letters, but the coloring that we use, either green or that salmon color, was basically comparing no project to with a project, and green means it gets a little better. Salmon means it gets a little worse, but that's kind of an easy way to quickly identify how it changes with and without the project.
Okay, yeah. So that meeting that I had that was brought up on the southeast connector on that commission. Anyway, we talked about that, the road to the west and how it could benefit, especially even in Sacramento too, so.
Chair, I will add, as far as the next steps and the component there, as far as a programmatic level environmental analysis, what we have done so far is submitted letters out to all of the Native American tribes, informing them that we have a potential project here, because it's always good to initiate that conversation early on. And then a remaining task that we would have would be a phase 1 environmental site assessment to identify any major environmental issues that could be in this area. That's prior to starting any biological studies. It's just a quick record search overall of capturing, if there's were to be a Superfund site or something that we would really need to be aware of. We could identify that relatively quickly and inexpensive, by doing an ESA. So that is the extent of our remaining scope with Kimley Horn. We certainly have the funds to do that. And at this point, we are not anticipating, any further work as far as environmental studies, just to stay with that programmatic level. When this project eventually would begin project design, we would then enact, project level environmental analysis at that time. So this is just to keep it high level with the general plan, consistent with the general plan EIR. So more in-depth analysis would happen at the time that this project would really start to advance.
Okay. Any other questions this time? All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 43. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right. Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see any. Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. As I've been part of the past discussions about this Latrobe West Connector project, the first time as a planning commissioner with District 2, I also see the benefits of the options that have been laid out in front of you. And I think staff has done a fairly good job of representing that this is a mixed bag. There's some intersections that are going to benefit from a route like this, one of the option routes. And then there's some it's not going to be helping at all. So what I'm trying to say is there's no special pill that will that'll benefit everything. And that means that you won't have complete solutions for everything that might be considered. But in my mind, the biggest difference is now it's programmed. In the beginning, there was no route. There was no discussion. There was no board agenda item like this one today, which shows that Department of Transportation is fully committed to making this happen. But it's not going to be done overnight. It's going to take some time to do it. And that's kind of what bothers me then is, who does this benefit the most? Does it benefit all the developments that is occurring on the Sacramento side of the county line? Are they benefiting more by this road, or is El Dorado County not only need this road, but it's a required element of what all of these developments that are proposed is going to need for the future. And the ones that have just been planned out and approved, or the ones that are under consideration right now. So this leaves me with wanting your board to recognize what you believe is the benefit of it, and some expression of your support towards going forward as quickly as we can, because I don't think this is one that can dwell. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Okay, so there's really a lot of assumptions on here. Definitely, I would say we keep focused on the current zoning, the way it should be. And also, I think Creekside didn't make it past the Planning Commission. I don't know when it'll come before the board, but those are the things that happen, right? So one of the things, some of the little lines show connecting to the Empire Ranch overcrossing. However, that's not really committed to still. Or the expansion of the Empire Ranch roadway to White Rock Road, which looks like is what would be needed in order to make that work. There are definitely portions of it that are going into Sacramento County. So are we only building to the county line? And then Sacramento is gonna commit to doing that sometime in the future when they want to or need to. I think that's a risk going to the who's paying for it all. Hopefully we're not paying for the roadway in Sacramento County. If we open the CIP, I believe that means that basically it will be county funded only.
So that means that we would have to be paying, we tax holders would have to be paying for the funds for all of these studies that would need to be done. Last year, in one of the meetings when this was brought up, George and John had taken up that they were going to have discussion with landowners, hoping that they weren't going to have to use eminent domain. I didn't hear anything in the discussion about the property owners that the land was going through. And if we do anything that we're talking about eminent domain, I don't think that's the right thing to do personally. So basically at this time, I would recommend not approving and creating a paper road that basically entices future development that conflicts with existing general plan zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board. Any other discussions or comments?
Did you want to comment on the question about property owners? Has that been part of the process?
Well, come on up. You want to talk about that?
Yes, so Supervisor Lane, being that this is a very preliminary, early, phase here, we have not done any review in terms of, or any outreach to property owners. Obviously, when this becomes a project and it advances in the design stages and we can refine, the actual alignment, looking at property lines and ownership and what makes the most sense, and then begin reaching out to those owners. We always try to avoid eminent domain and always try to work things out. So that's way down the road. At this point, we would just be looking at something simple as establishing this route, getting it in the general plan, getting ahead of developers and others, and even what's going on with Sacramento County. We want to be there on the forefront, have it in our general plan to show that this alignment has been considered by the board. It's been recommended as part of, providing extra capacity and an alternate connection to Latrobe Road that we feel is very warranted for, ultimate safety and just, the overall network in that area. So that's as far as we've gotten. It's not very much other than the traffic study today, but excellent question, and something that we're always thinking of. Anytime we look at a future project, we look at right of way, we look at current ownership, because that very much becomes a part of the design process and affects some of our decision making. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and I guess I would just follow it up with one observation, and because I'm a transportation expert. Say that tongue in cheek. I'm not. So I'm just looking at the graph, and with the introduction of either option 1 or option 2, almost every intersection stays the same or it gets worse, right? I mean, just looking at your color graph, everything basically stays the same. Nothing is improved per se by this. There are a couple little intersections at a specific time, a couple.
Right.
So I guess my question is should we even be doing this? I mean,
So
does it help?
So that's a great question. And that is one reason why we elected to come, to your board today, give you an update. We want to be completely transparent on this. And, and I think Chris Payne's comments were spot on. This is not a magic pill project. It is a mixed bag. That's a great way of describing this. And if you look at the existing development and existing traffic patterns in this network, the project, and you think about maybe the project, if it were to be constructed today, it makes a certain amount of sense what we're seeing from the traffic study, because this connection is primarily south of 95% of all that development. And most of that development is going up towards Highway 50, up towards Town Center, what have you. So there probably would not be a lot of backtracking to get over, into City of Folsom, and the fact that Empire Ranch isn't constructed yet, there's not a huge, push there. So in some regards, we are very much ahead of a lot of things that would happen, right? The interchange, extending Empire Ranch Road down to White Rock, which was brought up. And then future, development that we would all anticipate at some point down the road that would be near or south of where this connection would be. We know of some of the ownership down there. We know that houses continue to be built, right? That's just the nature of things. So we would anticipate that. There are some assumptions built into this. That's absolutely the truth. The good news is taking this step today, getting it into the general plan, eventually positions the county in a very good position. So, no matter what happens in the future, if things do start to ramp up, we already have this piece, because this could take a whole year, a couple of years. And so if we have that behind us and it's already there, like we've had in the past with Country Club and other roadways that, were in the general plan many years before and then eventually got built out, it just takes a lot of work out of having to do it in the future and having it in place now. If we all can agree that some connection in the future will be necessary here for public safety and just for circulation. So, we're trying to look in the crystal ball a little bit, make some assumptions, make the best decisions we can at this point. And of course, this was, initiated by, Supervisor Turnbull and late Supervisor Hydal. So we appreciate that forward thinking and certainly can, why there may not be immediate improvements here, I would anticipate as development does continue, those numbers, if you were to do the same study 10 or 15 years from now, the numbers would look a lot better. We just aren't seeing it quite yet. So that's kind of a way to, provide it in context with what we currently have and what we may anticipate in the future.
And the biggest thing is if we don't do this now or design something or something put in place, it's going to be a hard time to address this problem, especially the traffic issue on the Trail Road with all the developments going to be coming.
Traffic is already,
Yeah, it's a mess.
pretty much gridlock in times a day around town center, the freeway, the White Rock.
Yeah.
If there's more development that's going to take place south of the business park, I think this road, to answer Chris Payne's question, it's going to benefit El Dorado County residents. I don't see a whole lot of benefit for Sac County. I think it's going to benefit El Dorado County. I don't think we abandon this idea. I think we move forward, put in the CIP. I think it's good planning. We don't have to do nothing's committing us to build the road, but I think we try to get ahead of the game and just kind of anticipate the inevitable, whether it's in 10 years or 50 years. So,
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why John and I talked about it, to make sure it was in place, because if we don't have it in place and the development goes on, then it's going to be really a mess.
Circulation starts
Yeah.
with something on a piece of paper, and that, I think the numbers speak right now for it is necessary, and then all the shot on where this may then come into Folsom. And it makes good sense to me that all that should be coordinated.
Yeah, I really like the alternative one, tying it into the
Yes.
proposed Empire Ranch area. That would be my preference.
Well, you remember when we had the washout that was on the Trail Road, and it took a few days to get it fixed. So, I mean, it's very, very critical stuff that we have this.
This is good planning.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, anybody else got any comments?
Nope.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this item.
Second it.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right,
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
thank you. All right, so I guess we could just go back to closed session,
Are we done now?
and then we can come back with our twos and froms after that.
It's
gonna
at
be a
your
quick
discretion
report
whether you wanted to go ahead and handle those now, then just adjourn directly from closed session.
You think
or-
we'll have any report out
I'm
from?
not anticipating a report
Oh,
out today.
okay.
All right, so I'll go down to Lori and start that way.
Oh, shoot, okay. I got it here somewhere. It wasn't a lot because we just did them last week, right?
Yeah.
See, that's not, Supervisor, your camp and I had a housing and homelessness ad hoc committee meeting last week.
Mhm.
And we provided some feedback on the next steps, and that item will be brought to the full board, I think end of January perhaps, or January sometime. And then just a heads up, I guess, for everybody. There's a lot going on with our small rural fire districts right now. And the county, I think, is trying really hard to step up and be supportive and provide some guidance on options for them to be sustainable. So nothing really to specifically report out on, other than there's a lot of movement and talk, and I've been really busy. So hopefully we'll have some good news, like some of the other merges and things going on in the county with fire. It's going kind of in a good direction. I'm really excited about it. And then I normally don't talk about events I went to, but I'm going to talk about this one only because when the board still had those community benefit funds that the board members could give to communities for projects. One of the ones that I sponsored was for the Shingle Springs Community Center. They had to do a ton of work inside, make their bathrooms ADA compliant and all that. And they completed all that work. They worked really hard on fundraising, got other funds, but the county, the board's little bit of money was mixed in there, and they had a ribbon cutting and Santa breakfast on Saturday, and the building looks magnificent. They're going to be moving though towards the next step will then be working on the outside of the building. I'm kind of sad that we don't have those funds available at this time, but community members are watching and hoping that when the economy improves, that the board can have access to those funds again. So I just wanted to thank everyone for supporting those items when we did have that funding. It really has made a difference for several of our little communities, and especially their community centers. So thank you.
Right.
Yeah, just to build on Supervisor Parlin on the housing and homelessness ad hoc, we discussed a revised timeline around the navigation center transition plan, and we're waiting for some more feedback there. To unfortunately, the contractor on the jail remodel is slow, and so that's complicating things, but we are trying to work through them, and we're hopeful. We had a transit authority audit that same day where Chair Dave, I think his name.
Dave Yarbrough.
Yarbrough and I participated in that. And then the next day we had the transit agency where we approved that audit. We had a water agency meeting and El Dorado County Transportation Commission. Really pleased with the collaboration and cooperation with Caltrans. I think it's best it's ever been.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll just continue to build on that. And as we have needs, they'll help us and fund them. And then on the Monday, the 8th, we had a SACOG Policy and Innovation Committee meeting, mainly talking about advocacy at the state and federal level. The federal level update was quite interesting. Obviously, as you all can imagine, just trying to figure out what's going to be funded and what's not going to be funded. So stand by for that. And then in the afternoon, we had a strategic planning where we reviewed accomplishments of 25 and looked at 26 goals, and just a couple highlighted areas that we'll always be focused on is the regional collaboration across all 6 counties and cities that we are a part of, directing the board's enthusiasm for policy reform, and that's part of the advocacy component. Obviously, there's quite a concern across the SACOG region for what's coming out of Sacramento and how it doesn't work very well. And yet then they expect you to do it all also at a very increased cost. So there's a lot of discussion there, and hopefully to get some advocacy at the Capitol. Financial stabilization for the region's transit operators and new revenue. Transit is definitely, I'm going to just say it's in trouble. There's just not the funding for it. There's not the emphasis on it. And the revenue isn't there because nobody rides it. So it's simple. Now, we did hear a good example of what's going on in Tahoe. More of it's more privately ordered, and that's working very well. And we did have quite a discussion about, well, maybe that's the way of the future. So
And micro
transit,
totally
yeah.
micro. Yep.
We're gearing up for our next arena cycle review. And as well, talking about, again, trying to secure as much of the revenue as we can in a very unstable and declining transportation revenue scenario. So without getting a lot of help from the state.
It gets worse. I'm going to talk about that in a minute.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, no.
That's
Oh,
it for
yeah.
me. Right. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The one item I would like to bring forth is we passed a bond measure back in 2000 specifically for recreation. It paid for the ice rink facility that is owned by the city. It also paid for a new ball field. And it supports the biking paths and maintenance and build out of bike paths. That bond measure is due to expire by 2030. And so we're asking the voters this June of 2026 if they would re-up that, not as a bond measure, but just a 30-year revenue source to continue to support Tahoe Paradise Park, snow bike paths. And so that is going to be on the ballot at the same time that the library measures are. So I'll be bringing you more information on that as it starts to roll out, but just wanted to give you a heads up that that was coming.
November 26th, is that the plan?
No, June.
June. Oh, so the primary.
June 2nd. Yes, the primary.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is that it?
Mhm.
Great.
Yeah, I'll go back 2 weeks ago. We had a Behavioral Health Commission meeting and we elected a new, Jim Abrams will continue as the chair. Elected Deanna Santana, who is with EDCO, as the West Slope vice chair, and Norma Santiago will remain as the South Lake Tahoe vice chair. Also sat on NACO's Justice and Public Safety Committee conference call. Well, last week I was at CSAC and I found it very beneficial. I actually wish we could get more of our board members and staff to attend. Regarding transportation, we did have a briefing for the chair of the Transportation Committee. And I didn't note the time frame, but we're going to be, the state's anticipating about a $200 billion shortfall in state transportation. And throughout our entire presentation, all she discussed was ways that they're looking at to make us or provide ways that we can all pay more of our fair share for their transportation. There wasn't one word about diverting money from programs that are not working to fulfill the void that they're going to have, or realigning funds. It was just about how we can charge more to our taxpayers, which was pretty disappointing. We have a new president of CSAC, is Susan Ellenberg. She's a supervisor out of Santa Clara County. Let's see. We toured Google and then the tour was okay, but we had a briefing on some of their platforms, their AI platforms that they're developing. And two of them, well, three of them were actually quite impressive, but two of them were regarding firefighting. One was predictability. You know, they could look at an area and try to predict the, you know, when a fire will take place. And another one was actually mapping existing fires via satellites. And they have one satellite up in the air now, and I think they're to cover the United States, they need a few more. But it provides, we're able to map now, I understand, but this is, you know, every 20-minute intervals. It'd be much more rapid. So anyways, I found the entire conference valuable. You know, of course, the networking, you know, I went last year, but I was a deer in the headlights, didn't even know what CSAC stood for at that time. But
Yeah, that's a lot.
So this year is much more beneficial. Look forward to next year. And that's it. Want to thank you all for your mentoring this past year, since this is our last meeting for the year, and wish everybody and our constituents and all our county staff a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year.
Likewise.
Very good.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I mentioned it. I attended the Toys for the Bear Cap event that was down at the food bank. It was a great event. Lori showed up down there. anyway, and it was really good. I didn't know if I talked about it last time or not. That's why I'm going to talk about it now. I think I forgot about it is what I did, but anyway, and then also we had the water agency meeting and stuff went very well, and then transit and transportation, and like Brian was talking about, we voted on that one particular thing, and so it was really good. And then I had on Friday we had assembly, had like event. Anyway, it was really good. Brought up about SB 35, especially when it should be in walkable zones, not in rural areas, and especially when we have no control on anything, especially when it comes to sequence stuff. So I brought that up. And also talked about the school in Grizzly Flat. There are $2.5 million in shortfall. And these kids have to travel an hour to school and an hour home each day. And when it snows, it's even a problem to even get the bus up there to even pick these kids up. So there's a problem, and this is all this wants to be addressed. But the problem is when they did the survey out there, they had no kids living in Grizzly Flat when they did the census. They said 0, but the reason why, because nobody went out there to really interview anybody. That's the reason. So that was one of the biggest part of the problems that they had, because the census showed there was no kids in that particular area. So it's just kind of a crazy thing is what it is. So anyway, it was a great event. We talked about the forestry. We talked about all kinds of other different things that's going on. And then she mentioned about a mill that just closed up just recently and stuff, which 140 jobs were lost because of it. And the reason why is because all the regulations, restrictions California's putting on, and it's very expensive to even do anything now. So she's trying to work with that. But anyway, it was really interesting. I'm glad she showed up. There was first time I met her, believe it or not, the first time she was even down here. Because always been her representatives that come, especially with events in Grizzly Flat. And she really thanked us for Title 25 to put that in place. And now she's going to work on adopting that in other counties that she represents, especially counties were impacted by wildfires. So, and I showed her my Q&A card, and now she liked that little Q&A card I had. She's going to take it and run with that for her own type of things that she's done. So anyway. That's all I have.
Can I add a couple of
Yeah,
things?
go ahead.
So back to CSAC, unfunded mandates statewide were an overwhelming theme of the convention. Especially even if it's affecting the big counties, LA, the Bay Area. CSAC has taken a very proactive role in advocating on our behalf of the state. So, maybe there's some hope, since the big cities or the big counties are actually, it's affecting them now too. And then lastly, I want to give a shout out to El Dorado Hills Fire Department. Their Santa Run tour begins tonight. The schedule's on my Facebook page. It's on their website, but it's as you guys know, you probably started it, Brian. A great thing for, the Shriners Hospital and the local food bank. So I will be at Holy Trinity tonight at 6:20, standing in the fog with my gifts. So come and join me.
Yeah, I always attended that at Four Seasons when they came around there. So it was really good.
Hey, Greg, not to have a discussion, just really quick, CSAC, did they file any test claims on unfunded mandates? Did they say? Because I know RCRC has filed some
Test
SB
claims?
90s. Yeah, back in the day, counties used to submit claims to get reimbursed
Oh.
from state funds.
Well,
And
I didn't
that's,
hear that. The only thing they mentioned is they advocated on our behalf for this special election we just had.
Okay.
And they insisted that the state pay the counties in advance. And that we did get
okay,
paid for our elections in advance.
that's right.
But that was the only thing
Okay.
that triggered,
Yeah, I
related
know
to
there
that
was
that
a-
I heard. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I know that there's an effort to try to bring that back. It's something that used to happen years ago, is my understanding, and for some reason it stopped. I don't know why. And so trying to get that reimbursement for the services that counties provide on the
Yeah,
state's
that'd be great.
behalf, that was the way it was supposed to work. So, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
3 minutes?
Can
Sure.
we,
CAO?
Go ahead, CEO.
Yeah, so last meeting of the year, it's pretty incredible. I don't understand where the year went.
Yeah.
And as I think about that, I realize I am completing my 24th year with the county, and I just am very, very thankful for that, and for all of you and for all of our staff. I know you all know this, but I just don't think we can say it enough that you have a really incredible workforce here.
we just had our budget kickoff this last year, and as usual, it wasn't super rosy, great news, but everybody, as always, I know is going to just pull together and do their best and come through with creative solutions. And I really think that's one of the reasons I've stayed here 24 years is because of these amazing people that I've gotten to work with all this time. And the longer I stay here, the sadder it is because I see people leaving like Karen Coleman and Linda Webster and other folks that are, on the horizon, and it makes me sad. But at the same time, I really enjoy participating in the new employee orientations and get to see all the new people coming in. And I always ask how many live in our county. And I'm really proud of the fact that I think something like 75% of our folks live and work here. And I always encourage them and tell them that I'm pretty sure within a year or two of working here, they're going to decide to move here if they don't live here already.
Okay, yeah.
Just want to wish you all a great holiday season. Hope you have lots of time with your family and your friends, and see you next year.
Yeah, so, and I want to mention the same thing. Merry Christmas to everybody, and a Happy New Year.
And
Yeah.
to all a good night.
Yeah. All right, so we're adjourned,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
I guess we can go ahead and adjourn, right?
No, we're
No.
not.
Do it after closed session.
Closed session.
We're going to
We're gonna
closed session.
remove-
Yeah, closed
Yeah,
session. Yeah.
Closed session to hear item 47, 49, and 50.